Chapter 221, Family Biases. The heist was done, the wealth was taken, and a woman was left in the heat. Sylvester didn't want to waste a single more second in that solar after she tried to pull him. He simply looked out the window, said it was getting late in the evening as he had work to do, and left. Murraj just jumped onto his shoulder, while Felix acted like a dead puppet and got pulled away by Sylvester. With that, Duchess Artemis was left unsatisfied and quite literally scammed. Bam! The door shut behind them, and they rushed towards the castle's exit. Felix, however, came back to his senses just then. What in the holy soly's name was that, Max? Good Lord! Of course, Sylvester was not happy with what he did. He felt disgusted with himself, but this was something taught to him at his job in his previous life. Honey trapping and taking advantage was an art as old as civilization itself. Felix, please forget what you saw. I had no choice and no interest in that witch. That was bloody magnificent, terrific, breathtaking. Sylvester looked at his friend with doubt. He thought Felix would make a big deal about it, that he did something dirty, but it appeared he was impressed. Max, she was shivering with just your touch. How in God's name did you do that? Teach me, please. I wish to one day seduce women like that too. Come on, help your brother out. Sylvester sighed and continued to walk. Perhaps it's I who should be offended. Felix, as long as you are mighty handsome, it's all about confidence. It's a world full of people where the rich usually are fat fools, or, if too handsome, psychopaths. Peasants aren't even counted. Their beauty doesn't matter as they are still peasants. That leaves folks like us, men of faith and handsome. We're like an exotic forbidden fruit to women, as they know we are unattainable for our vows, but it's still exciting to at least try and pull us to the dark side, for it's a testament of their own beauty that they could even entice us. Felix whistled. I never thought about it this deeply. It's like finding an extremely beautiful bright mother and thinking, what a waste, she's too pretty to die a virgin. Yeah, that does make us exotic. Sadly, bright mothers have it worse than us. If we break our vows, we're just removed from the clergy and remain soldiers of the Inquisitor or Holy Army. But if the bright mothers break vows, they are made to leave and marry the man with whom they sullied their bodies. They get no long-term benefits. Hence, most remain in the clergy, even if they fall for someone. Wait, you're implying that some bright mothers are not pure. Felix stopped. Sylvester shrugged. My friend, they are humans too. They have bodily needs as well. Honestly, I don't mind if they use various means to satisfy themselves. They have my blessings. That's so unfair. What about us? Felix asked. We have to stay pure, Felix. You and I are bound to someday sit at the highest tables in the world. The church will never allow a man with children to sit there, as the man might try and bring his kids up there too. Nepotism, basically. Now don't stop, move. Felix grunted and continued. As much as I hate it, it makes sense. Now I'm questioning if I should stay a virgin or not. It's your choice. You will have my blessings as long as it's not a psycho like the Duchess. They proceeded to exit the tower of the Duke and reach the castle gates. There were guards, but they didn't mind as the two had come inside lawfully. However, just as they passed by a tree in the gardens outside, they heard Isabella's voice. Brother, please don't do this. SHH. Sylvester crouched down and moved closer to listen to everything. What is she doing here? Did she tell you? Felix whispered. Sylvester was wondering the same thing, but before erupting in anger, he wished to hear why the woman dared do such a thing behind his back. Listened silently. So they heard the exchange between the Crown Prince, Duke Demon, and Princess Isabella. Bella, don't try. As I told you before, you are being brainwashed by those fools from the church. Artemis is a wonderful woman and she's loyal to me. She may have magical abilities, but she uses them for the good of the duchy. As for your other wish, I will never speak with that oaf. That fool, he knows nothing about the real world, the economics, the strategy. and yet he got the throne on a golden platter. Then he had the audacity to remove me from the finance office. "Brother, please, you're better than this," she cried. But the Duke had made up his mind, and even more shocking revelations were in order. "Go away before I come to hate you, Bella, and that Cardinal Suprema is evil. He tried to blackmail my Artemis, it's unacceptable. She planted the Heart Eater on him on my command, but I agree, it was going too far. Bring that man to the port in an hour. I will be there and give him the cure for the Heart Eater vine. Of course, as long as he agrees not to launch the church's wrath on me." "Do you promise?" she asked expectantly. "When did I ever lie to you, Bella? Now go, I have some guests to entertain." The Duke sent her away and entered the castle again to reach the Solar. Sylvester and Felix meanwhile walked out of the castle grounds calmly and soon left on their horses. The whole way, they didn't utter a single word, for they knew what they saw was a farce. Monastery. Sylvester and Felix arrived at the monastery in time and moved to the cardinal's office without any greetings. As they opened the door, Isabella appeared with the Cardinal Suprema behind her. Excitement filled his face. He was likely fooled since he believed Isabella's words were identical to his or Felix's. "My lord, why didn't you tell me this earlier? The Duke will take the vine out," Cardinal Cornelius exclaimed. Sylvester glared into Isabella's eyes, showing his evident disappointment with her. "Perhaps it was a mistake to trust your reasoning abilities, Isabella. I warned you before that biases are the hardest to control in family matters." She stammered, I just wanted to help. My brother would never lie to me, he never has. Trust me, Sylvester, he." "Silence," Sylvester bellowed. "You are a fool to not even see the underlying meaning between his words." Felix agreed with Sylvester. "Isabella, we were there, returning from Duke's office after not finding him there. We saw it all, he was definitely lying. He only wants you to bring the cardinal so he can kill him and also implicate you, an ally of ours. Hence, if we were to unleash the wrath of the church, you'd suffer too." Sylvester added, "He is hopping we value you enough not to report his case, but he forgets my duty is to the faith, not to you, Princess Isabella." She seemed devastated. All her attempts to save her family went down the drain, and everyone seemed to be using her. "How can you be so sure he was lying?" "Because I smelled it." Sylvester sadly couldn't say that aloud. "How can you be sure your brother is the same person after so many years? He allowed his own wife to sleep with the cardinal to plant a vine in his heart. I don't think any self-respecting man would wish for such. Your brother is gone. What's left is an empty, evil husk." Sylvester blasted her with cold, hard facts. Cardinal sighed and returned to his office. "So it was a false hope. I should have known it was too good to be true." "Your Eminence, do not trust anyone's words unless it's Felix or me." "Understood." Sylvester warned the clergyman and dragged Isabella out by her hand. "You are under arrest, Princess Isabella Gracia, creating hindrance in the investigation of the Church, Article 5A of the Holy Law of Light. You shall be kept in total confinement until I feel it's safe to release you." Sylvester announced his verdict. Isabella didn't fight him. Instead, she just cried in silence. "Why is everything going wrong with my family? First the mother, now demon. Sylvester, please help me." Bam! "I am helping you," Sylvester replied, bringing her back to the Crusader camp. There, as Lady Aurora's carriage was still present, he put Isabella in it and locked the door. "You will be under surveillance at all times. Do not try to escape or else I will consider you an enabler of your brother's crime." He heavily shut the door and walked away to his own tent. Felix followed behind, worried. "Is it fine to be this strict with her?" "She needs it," Sylvester answered. "I can understand where her rationality is coming from. By now it's clear that the Duke and Duchess have something to do with the murders. There is something fishy going on. Once we know it, the man will die. If I were in Isabella's place, I'd try to save my brother too, with whom I played for years as a child. She must be feeling helpless right now and frustrated. I hope she won't hate us for this, Felix muttered, leaving for his tent to rest. Sylvester ignored the question. If she does hate us for a long time, she was never worth investing in. As he was alone, he put Murrej in front of himself. So, my Chonky Bank, are we good? Murrej nodded intensely. Aye, Chonky Bank is yet again filled to the brim. He, I also saved you, so I get more bananas. Sylvester ruffled the good boy's chubby head. Of course, Lord Chonky. Let's go to the market and buy them for you. Yea, Murrej threw his paws in the air and climbed onto Sylvester's back again. Banana, banana. He headed out to the stables and got his horse. Chonky, we may get another chance to rob the Duke in the future, so be prepared for my orders. Remember, gold, diamonds, and rubies, that's all we need. Aye, Makesy, my tummy is ready to serve. Murrej patted his belly again and again. Haha, I hope it doesn't burst open, though. You're getting fatter and I can already sense it. My shoulders feel heavier right now. Murrej quickly started massaging him. Oh, that's because you're tired. I'm still the same. It's not my fat, it's the fur. Sure, whatever lets you sleep. Sylvester teased the furry boy. He loved doing it because Murrej's tantrums were mostly pouting and making cute cat noises. Thud. Lord Bard, a great catastrophe has befallen, please help. Sylvester turned around while exiting the Crusader camp and looked. It was one of the two inquisitors who had come to ask for help and left with Lady Aurora early in the morning. The man was panting and appeared bloodied, having fallen from his horse. His face told a story of horror, misery, and pain above all, so Sylvester quickly rushed to help him sit up. What happened? The Inquisitor stared into Sylvester's eyes, passing on the dread with his stammering words. Lady Aurora has fallen. Chapter 222, On the Night Roads. Sylvester's face turned ugly. He shook the Inquisitor by the collar. What? Say that again. Lady 10th. She suffered the same fate as the other Inquisitors, my lord. The creature is too strong. Nonsense, Sylvester boomed. She's a grand wizard, and I have seen a grand wizard incinerate an entire mountain range to destroy a bloodling. It's impossible she'd be dead. She's not dead, my lord, the Inquisitor clarified. She is stuck inside the dead mist. We don't know what it is or what it does, but whoever inhales it goes into a comatose state and remains standing in one place. We know they are alive but have no way of saving them. They remain inside, standing as if dead. Sylvester breathed in relief. In that case, let's return as soon as possible. My light magic should be able to deal with whatever that's in there. Come with me. How strong must this nerve toxin be to even defeat a grand wizard? Or could it be that she didn't take the proper precautions? Sylvester was left in wonder, but he didn't show his fears in the open as that would spook the Inquisitor. Quickly, Sylvester arrived inside his camp and called the rest to report to him, including the 4 Crusade commanders. A situation has appeared. I will have to go to the Ender village and defeat the bloodling myself, but I cannot leave this position unguarded either. We're the valve keeping the Duke and his witch under control, so I will go alone. In the meantime, commanders are to continue training the men. Felix and Bishop Lazark, you will be in charge here. As for the Bright Mother, she stays inside the carriage, locked and secure. None shall tell her about my location. Ensure that nobody finds out where I am. Got it? He gave them quick commands as he needed to leave immediately. Take her with you, Felix suggested. You will need a healer if you get injured there, and this time we won't be there to help. Sylvester did think about this possibility, but he couldn't bring himself to trust her. Not to mention, she was too inexperienced to do the right thing in case of a messy situation. Moreover, she had no idea how to deal with stress. Take her, it's better if she's as far away from here as possible, Bishop Lazark added. All right, I will talk to her. Get me 2 horses. We need to rush as fast as possible. He dismissed everyone and walked towards the carriage. Chunky, how many bags of light and solarium crystals do we have now? He inquired. Murrej tried to think about it first. I think we have 2 bags left. Each has more than 10 crystals, Makesy. I hope that will be enough, Sylvester muttered and pushed the door open. Isabella was silently sitting in the corner of the room, reading a book. You look dead, Sylvester said, as there were dark spots under her eyes and her face appeared paler than usual. He went close and touched her forehead. You have a high fever. I guess I can't take you then, but I can't leave you like this either. She blinked her eyes in wonder. Is it over? Did you kill my brother? Sylvester sighed. Girl. I won't just kill him without irrefutable proof. He's a duke, not a little baron. If you're worried I will wrong him, then you're mistaken. If he's innocent, he will be free to go. If he's found guilty, you will also get to see the proof. She nodded appreciatively. I'm sorry for being stupid. Not stupid, I'd call it inexperienced. You've lived your life as a sheltered princess all this time. Now you're finally coming out of your cocoon. Everyone makes mistakes, but what matters is that you learn from them. Stay in here now. I will send a healer. He got up to leave as he picked up a few extra items from the carriage. Isabella also stood up. Where are you going? You seem to be in a hurry. To save Lady Aurora. Some inquisitors had come to ask for help in a fight against bloodlings down south. Unfortunately, I received the news that Lady Aurora has been compromised by the toxic mist of the bloodling. I will go, she boomed. Please take me with you. Sylvester ignored her. I don't need dead weight on the mission. You're sick, so rest. I will handle it. No, I can't sit here. If you don't take me, I will die from worry. Lady Aurora has helped me so much over time. She is like a big sister that I never had. She must be in pain. Let me help. Isabella pleaded. Sylvester did smell her firm resolve, with the scent of confidence flaring up. You're sick. If you can't even move, then how will you help? He questioned. Isabella closed her eyes and took long, deep breaths. She repeated it a few more times until her face became healthy again. It's just a fever. I can easily deal with it. Check the temperature now. He did so by touching her forehead. Good Lord, she actually controlled her body's temperature. How? It's easy when all you've studied your entire life is healing. Oftentimes, since I was locked in my room, I had only myself to experiment on. That's how I developed the technique to regulate my body temperature. Now, I never get a cold or a heat stroke, she revealed proudly. She may be dumb in life, but in healing, she's the best. I guess it's about time I make her test her eye-healing abilities too. Fine, you're coming. But you will share a horse with me as you can't steer yours fast enough yet. We will not stop until we reach the Ender village. So Isabella also prepared a small bag for herself and followed Sylvester. It was already turning dark, so Sylvester had an excellent cover to leave secretly. But he was also scared as night was when the shadow night struck. Good luck, Max. Go and beat that bloodling's ass, Felix cheered him up. Gabriel handed Sylvester, Isabella, and the Inquisitor a small piece of paper with some runes. This is a talisman I learnt from Archbishop Noah in the Holy Land. I don't know if it works, but I hope it does. Bishop Lazark moved closer to Sylvester's horse and handed him a small vial. This can heal any flesh wound you can imagine. A mere drop is enough. This contains 10. Use it wisely, Lord Bard. Sylvester took the precious deep purple liquid. This is magnificent. You should make more of it later. Each drop costs 100 gold graces, Lord Bard. The likes of us can't fund it, Bishop replied. Sylvester didn't even ask and took out a big pouch of money. Here you go. These contain a few dozen diamonds, large in size. Go to the nearest city later and buy the ingredients. Make a vial for all 4 of us. If this is not enough, I'll give more later. Ha! Sylvester slapped Frost lightly, and the loyal horse sped up. Isabella was sitting in front of him, but this time she was wearing pants and occupying a second seat on the custom saddle. He had to hold the reins by wrapping his arms around her waist, but neither he nor she minded it. Soon they were out of sight, leaving behind a perplexed necromancer. How is Lord Bard so rich? Felix, of course, knew the answer. He knew they scammed the Duchess that morning, but how, he had no idea. Some questions are never meant to be answered, Bishop. Let's return. We should take the attendance of the Crusaders. The path to the Ender village was harsh at night. It was just an uneven mud road through various farmlands and small forests. Sylvester, can I ask you something? Isabella spoke as they rode at top speed. We don't have much to do, so fire it up. He acknowledged and shifted himself a little back into his seat to avoid touching her too much. She knew he was a gentleman, and that was why she was comfortable enough to ride with him. I want to get stronger like you. You can become a master wizard if I remember it right. Being my age, you're still not too far behind, Isabella. As long as you train, you surely can get stronger. But she had something else in mind. Not strong like that, I meant mentally. I've never seen you not in control of a situation. I want to be like that. Only if it was that easy, Princess, Sylvester thought to himself. He knew if he didn't have experience of his old life, he would have been a foolish teenager as well, perhaps even dumber than Felix and Isabella. As I said, you need experiences to get better, but you can also learn from the mistakes of others. Just keep your eyes and mind open, and you will learn a lot. Even if it's about running a kingdom, she inquired. What's she cooking up in that head of hers now? Sylvester silently thought about what he should reply with. He didn't want to give her any false sense of hope. Certainly can, but I'd say, to run a kingdom, one needs many more abilities. Leadership skills, management skills, critical thinking, and much more. Such things require a lifetime to acquire, Isabella. There is a reason why kings or clergymen who are called wise have a long white beard and a wrinkled face. But she slightly shifted back and looked up at his face. You have no white beard. You're my age, and people already call you the wise bard. The local bards also sing of your wisdom. No excuse could justify how he knew the things he knew. Hence, his usual answer was mostly about mystics. There is a reason why they call me Lord's Bard, Isabella. The first time I sang in the arms of Lord Inquisitor, I was a month-old baby. I merely repeated what echoed in my ears, and you know whose echo it likely was. Her eyes shined in admiration, and she smelled of pure worship. Es solis. Ah, it's getting so cold all of a sudden, my lord. The Inquisitor moved slightly closer to Sylvester all of a sudden. I feel it too. Look at the cloud of fog from our mouths as we speak. Isabella breathed out the air. Sylvester's heart was beating faster than usual, however. Isabella felt it too and shut her mouth. No, no. He looked left and right in the absolute darkness with only a faint moonlight helping. As far as he could see nearby, he was in the middle of farm fields. But on the left, in the distance, was a cluster of mountains called the Iron Mountains, the biggest source of iron ore in the Gracia Kingdom, and likely the east side of Saul. Is that you? Sylvester wondered as he stared at the mountain. He could feel the wind coming from the mountain's direction was colder. Whoosh! Birds, the Inquisitor shouted. A massive horde of animals was also there, running away from the mountain. Then Sylvester saw something that took his breath away. Near the base of the mountains, just before the tree line started, a dark shadow appeared, darker than anything around it, with two sharp slits of shining white eyes ominously looking back. He felt his scalp going numb. Ha, he went faster. Sir Kennedy, do not question, do not look back. Run, or forget ever again seeing the sun. Chapter 223, The Mist of Dead. What is it, my lord? Are we being chased? Sir Kennedy, the Inquisitor, asked. Sylvester grunted and felt the cold rising. No, we're being trapped. It's the Shadow Knight, he's after us. What? Good Lord! The Inquisitor rode his horse even faster as he didn't have two people. Sylvester cursed internally. Don't do it, whatever you are. I will one day come to you on my own, but not now. Shadow Knight is real, Isabella asked in shock. Not only is it real, but I have also fought it once and somehow survived to tell the tale. Now, look at the front and lower your head as much as possible. He pushed her down while also touching her back with his head. To reduce the air resistance, he had to do it. He reckoned that even a fraction of an increase in speed could be life-saving. You can do it, Frost, Sylvester cheered his stallion. The poor boy neighed and gave his all to run as fast as possible. He, too, felt the cold after all and didn't want to die. His instincts were no different than the other animals. It's decreasing now. He realized that they were coming closer to a village in the distance. The closer they got, the less cold they felt. Then soon they rode into the village and the looming danger vanished. They could feel it. He stopped for a few minutes to let the horse breathe, but there was some confusion. Why didn't it kill me? It clearly had the opportunity and time. Let's move, we're halfway done. Just a little more is left. We can wait, but I'm sure those stuck in the trap of the bloodling can't. So he ordered and continued the journey, albeit a little slower, as he didn't want to kill the poor horse. Thankfully, the rest of the way went by without any more danger appearing, and they reached the outskirts of Ender's village. The village was mostly intact, as the bloodling had not done any real damage. Moreover, it had not even appeared inside the main village but on the outskirts, near the cliff facing the Blood Sea. My lord, the monastery outside the village is currently the only habitable palace in the town, as the mist cannot enter it. The remaining survivors are staying there, under the care of the archpriest, who is also the village chief. Sir Kennedy explained while leading the way. Since when is the mist affecting the people? He inquired. It has been more than a week now. The people initially thought it was just a normal winter mist, but slowly it spread out from the edge and into the village. The people mostly got stuck inside because they were sleeping. Only a few villagers escaped, and now 5,000 Inquisitor men are also in there. Sir Kennedy explained. I should first understand the nature of this bloodling before entering. He thought, and entered the monastery behind the Inquisitor. The monastery was massive, big for a small village. However, it struck out as a sore thumb since all the buildings in the village appeared to be only half as high as the monastery. I didn't know the Ender village was this rich. He admired the beauty of the tall building with a red tiled roof and one high pointy tower. Isabella was doing the same and gawking at the structure. With the mist behind the monastery, it looked particularly majestic. The Inquisitor, however, turned sad as he reminisced about the story behind it. I'm afraid the story behind its creation, and the Creator will anger you as well, my lord. Perhaps, after this crisis is over, you will have time to listen to it. Come, I will take you to the Inquisitor General. The sun had only started to rise, so the sky appeared with a faint dark blue tint. But the surrounding was very depressing since the mist hindered the visibility. Inside the monastery, many mattresses were placed for people to sleep on. The sick were being treated while the Inquisitors who were left were resting. Sir Kennedy took Sylvester to the top floor of the high tower and knocked on the door before entering. General, Lord Bard is here, as you asked. Sylvester walked forward to shake hands as he had met the man before during his first mission as Sanctum Inspector. He knew that Sir Arnold was a good man who could be trusted, a man who once vows to do something, fulfills it no matter what. It's nice to meet you again, General Arnold. He greeted the tall, muscular man with a sharp jawline, an emotionless face and black hair. Thank you for coming, Lord Bard. I know you were busy doing your duties, and I have no doubt your work is far more important than this, but I am out of options. Calling for help from the Holy Land would take too long, and you were the only expert in bloodlings nearby. Inquisitor General Arnold apologized humbly, though his face remained as serious as ever. Sylvester shrugged and moved closer to look at the table as a map was spread. "No time to talk about pointless things, General. I have been made Grand Crusader by the Pope, so as long as your men are here as a part of the crusade, your duty is my duty. Please tell me as much as you can about the situation." General Arnold moved around the table and pointed at the village map. "From what we have noticed, the effects of the mist are akin to necromancy magic. They leave a person in a comatose state. Now, we know that the center of this mist is somewhere near the edge of the cliff, if not down the cliff itself. If you enter the mist without protection, you will last merely 10 seconds. You see these circles within circles on the map. These are the radiuses we have measured with various means. The deepest one is 200 meters, but to reach it, we used magic masks, the best thing known to us. Hence, we made no further attempts to enter." Sylvester rubbed his chin and stared at the map. Near each circle was a number. It was the time it took to reach that part. But if the masks were useless, then he didn't know what could even help. Any information about the bloodling? What does it look like, or what are its attacks other than this?" he inquired. Sadly, the general shook his head. "None have seen what it looks like, Lord Bard, but I am willing to lead you as deep into the mist as you may need, as long as we can save the men and the people." "No need, I will do it myself." Sylvester waved his hand. "Can you point on the map where Lady Aurora is stuck? She's the greatest powerhouse among us. We need her to defeat the bloodling, so I shall save her fist." "But my lord, how will you be entering the mist? The last known location of Lady Aurora was 500 meters before she stopped. She had no protective measures on her, hence we only marked her as a cross." The general showed a cross on the map. "So the grand wizards have resistance to such attacks as well." "I will move in immediately. I have a way that will ensure no amount of mist even touches my face," he assured, and walked out of the monastery to stand near the edge, marked on the land beyond which the mist started affecting. The general then brought a rope and tied it around Sylvester's waist. "This is how we measure the distance and pull back the Inquisitor, my lord. Sadly, even after leaving the mist, they don't wake up from a coma. Likely it has something to do with Bloodling being alive," Sylvester theorized in his head. All he could hope was that the Bloodling wouldn't decide to come out and hit him directly. If that happened, he knew he'd be in deep trouble. "May the holy light enlighten our paths and grant us strength," he prayed one last time before taking a step forward. Instantly, a halo appeared behind his head as he mumbled a hymn under his breath. Then, he created a round helmet around him and Murad's head, made of solidified light. It was going to protect them from the mist entering. Whoosh! He stepped into the mist and disappeared. All around him, all he could see was white, so much so that he couldn't even see his own feet eventually. The deeper he went, the denser the mist got. "This is strange," he muttered after coming across a few men stuck in motion, standing with wide-open eyes, but the whole eyes appeared white without the iris. He ignored them and went to his goal, Lady Aurora. She was 500 meters deep into the village. The village itself was not too big, so he was already near the cliff, and the destination seemed to be a small hill. "Dth Lysss Hiri. Chunky, did you hear that?" He abruptly stopped and asked the furry boy on his shoulder. Murad nodded firmly and looked left and right. "I don't like it here, Makesy. It feels bad." Sylvester was very amused, as this was the first time he had encountered such a bloodling. A humanoid bloodling the last time, and this one speaks. Are they evolving, or is this just a different class? "Makesy, Aurora." Murad jumped on his shoulder and pointed his paw. Sylvester could see her too. She seemed to be just taking out her sword when she got frozen. Her pose sent alarms to his head. She was preparing to fight something. I must move fast. Crack! Damn it! He cursed as a crack appeared on his helmet. The pressure was increasing so much that he found it hard to even move. The mist was as thick as water at this point, and each step seemed to become harder exponentially. What the hell is this place? He wondered. Ped. Without second thoughts, he reached Lady Aurora and picked her up in a princess carry. She's too heavy. Makesy duck. Sylvester didn't even flinch and sat down with Lady Aurora still in his arms. Murad's job was to guard his back, so he trusted him blindly. Shwu. Good Lord, the scent of death. It's maddening. I must escape quickly. He saw nothing but felt something zooming past his head at incredible speeds. It cut through the mist and disappeared in the distance. All he knew was that anything that could move so fast in such air pressure was not simple. Besides that, since he couldn't see anything, it was suicide to try and fight it. He gritted his teeth and pulled himself forward, one step at a time. Thankfully, on the way back, the further he got, the easier it became to walk. Eventually, he reached the edge and took a different route for a different goal. He wanted to inspect the frozen army of inquisitors so that he could get a better understanding of the creature. So he remembered the map and reached the spot, only to see frozen bodies with white eyes, 4,000 of them. But he sensed something troublesome. This isn't normal, they aren't dead, yet no sense. What happened, Makesy? Sylvester looked around himself at the mist, at the dead, remembered the hissing voice and the lingering scent of death. He felt it was all too familiar. Chonky, I don't think we're dealing with a bloodling. Murad's tail fell, for he knew he would hate the answer. What is it then? A demon. Chapter 224, Summoned Darkness. Demon. Murad looked left and right at the crowd of inquisitors, frozen as if stuck in time. Sylvester went closer to one of the men and tapped on their faces. No reaction, no scent of any emotion. The bloodlings are not known to speak Chonky, but demons are sometimes able to do so. Also, a bloodling is a monster that kills, while demon is something that possesses for whatever their plan is. He looked at Lady Aurora's face as she remained in his arms. But to think that the demon could also affect her mind, we will need to be careful this time. Let's return and strategize first, since dealing with a demon is very different from dealing with a bloodling. I don't like being here. I feel like someone's watching me, Murad complained and hugged Sylvester's neck. I feel it too. Sylvester didn't waste any more time and left the mist with Lady Aurora and arrived at the monastery. There, as per his orders, a room had been prepared where she could be treated and woken up as quickly as possible, as she had no physical injuries. Isabella, come with me, he ordered while heading to the room. With her, the general and the newly arrived archpriest of the monastery followed behind Sylvester and arrived in a room near the general's office. Sylvester put Lady Aurora on the bed there and took off her armor. She's only mentally defeated. Physically, she's absolutely fine. Still, have a look, Isabella. He turned around and faced the general. We're not dealing with a bloodling, General Arnold. It's a demon of a high class, possibly an A or S class. Bring me any exorcist you have in your ranks. A demon? But how? This land never saw any demonic activities here. Bloodling makes sense as a war was fought here years ago, but this? General Arnold wondered loudly. At that, the archpriest and chief of the village stepped forward. The man was old with a hunched back, short, and had white hair with a beard. His face appeared wrinkled and at the moment full of worry as he spoke. I believe it's due to a curse, my lord. Sylvester asked, Your name, archpriest? Briley, my lord. I've been the priest and chief of this village for the past 80 years and just recently became archpriest as the last one died. I've seen many generations come and pass here, but what we're seeing right now is the result of the church itself. The consequences, if I may add. General Arnold tried to dismiss his words, however. No, it can't be related to that. Demons don't appear so fast from a curse. But we're forgetting that he also knew the magic of the Beastkins, which is as mysterious as the Lord's plans, Archpriest Briley said as he focused back on Sylvester. Lord Bard, esteemed bringer of the light, what I will say has not a single word of lies in it, so please hear me, for it might help the village. Sylvester smelled the sadness radiating from the archpriest. What happened here that has made even him so sad? Let's take a seat then. Sylvester went to the corner of the room and dragged a few chairs. They all then sat by the window while Isabella checked Lady Aurora. The archpriest started telling the tale. My lord, until a few months back, a rich and influential Mizar family used to live here. They were tiger beastkins, mixed with the local population. They were staunch supporters of Solis, as they had been for generations. This monastery is the prime example of it. They were in the trading business with the various companies in Libertia and Bisteria, all legally done. They were very kind people and always took care of the entire village. They produced jobs for everyone here. Everyone was happy until the crusade started. Sylvester shifted on his seat, having guessed already where this was going. The archpriest sighed and looked out of the window. I remember that day vividly. The Crusaders came under the command of Baron Karl Rockwood. The Baron demanded that the Mizar family pay 50,000 gold graces. That was a lot of money, even for them. Not to mention, the patriarch of the family had gone out to fulfill a large trade order, so there was not much money left. The Baron accused them of hiding their wealth and being unfaithful. He accused them of being bloodling worshippers and barged into the house with the Crusaders. They looted everything but did not find enough coins. Then he blamed the family for heresy and burned the mansion down. After that, they killed the entire Mizar family, beheading them publicly, humiliating them for no reason. Little kids were scared and crying. Yet the Crusaders showed no mercy. In the name of Solis, they openly committed heresy. Sylvester stood up and poured the old archpriest some water. You must be close to the family, archpriest. The old man nodded while gulping water. My daughter was married to the Mizar patriarch's son. She was also killed with her daughters, 5- and 6-year-old little fluffy-eared younglings. I performed the family's last rites with my own hands. What about the demon? Sylvester steered the topic back in the right direction. Yes, the demon. Some days after the whole ordeal, the patriarch Elian Mizar returned from his business, only to find the burnt house and ashes of his family that I handed over to him. But he went into a rage and vowed to kill the Baron. He's not a simple man, my lord. He's a pure tiger beastkin man with great physical strength and some magic to speak of, beastkin magic. He cursed the lands before he leapt away in a mindless berserk state. He prayed in the name of Solis. From the land where lies the ashes of my kins shall rise darkness, and that time will be when the end begins, were his words. He also threw the ashes of his family on the spot and slit his wrist to put blood on it. Must have been some sort of a ritual. A blood ritual. I've only read about them in dark magic classes, and it's mostly used by illegal dark wizards. Do beastinks have a more mainstream blood magic? Sylvester wondered as he thought about it. From what he knew, to bring forth a demon, you needed a demon key. The key could be anything known to mankind, and as long as it's tainted by a demon's evil energy and a human or another living creature keeps it close for long enough, the possession begins. But here, the demon seemed to be something called forth. Or is it even a demon? Did you not report the incident to the higher-ups? Sylvester asked while eyeing Inquisitor General Arnold with doubtful gazes. We did, the archpriest answered. We have yet to receive any reply from the Cardinal Suprema. Sylvester sighed, for he knew there would be no reply. The cardinal's office was compromised, and the man didn't receive any letters before the Duchess and her loyal stooges checked them. What about you, General? Why have you not initiated the response per the holy law of light? He pressed on the general. We have started it, my lord, General said. As the HLC, Holy Law Code, Article 66 applies to the Baron and the entire Crusade army. But we have our hands tied here, so we plan to deal with the Baron after this. Sylvester stood up and walked over to Lady Aurora while commanding. As I am Grand Crusader, this matter lies under my authority. General, spread the word to the Baron and the Crusaders under him. The Grand Crusader will meet them to reward them for their impeccable work, so ensure they are present at Baron's Keep when I reach there. It will be done, Lord Bard. General Arnold understood what the plan was. Reward them, Lord Bard. How can why? Archpriest Briley stopped as General Arnold tapped his shoulder and shook his head. It immediately struck the Archpriest what reward Sylvester was talking about. Sylvester was focused on Lady Aurora. How am I supposed to solve this mess now? I don't even know what I am dealing with. My light magic also appears to be useless, as if it's not the devil that has kept her in a coma. General, please prepare as many long ropes as you can. I will enter the mist and bring out at least a dozen inquisitors. I must test something on them to understand the nature of this entity we're dealing with, he ordered. With that, everyone got busy after his commands and hurried around to find as many ropes as possible. Sylvester's plan was to take one end of the ropes in, tie it to the bodies, and signal to the men to pull the bodies out. In half an hour, everything was ready, and Sylvester prepared to enter the white mist once again. The air was blowing harshly as well, but the mist wasn't affected by it. Thud! However, just as Sylvester was entering the mist, the inquisitors standing at the edge dropped down, and one froze up like those inside the mist. Sylvester cursed internally and shouted at the back, "Everyone, move back! The mist is expanding quick!" His words spread panic as the monastery was not too far away from the mist, and if the mist were to keep spreading, then soon enough, it would be taken over too. Sylvester looked back at the general. "Get the exorcists ready. We are going to start a 7-light ritual here. I'm afraid this mist is going to be a bigger problem than any of us can imagine." In Sylvester's mind, the last words of that beastkin patriarch the archpriest revealed echoed. "From the land where lies the ashes of my kins shall rise darkness, and that time will be when the end begins. If the end begins here and this mist is the end, then how far will it spread if not stopped? The duchy, the kingdom, the continent. What in the devil's name did that beastkin invoke?" Chapter 225, A Rare Demon. Sylvester couldn't waste more time, so he hurriedly entered the mist. Once again, he used the hymns to make a halo and put a solidified light helmet around his head that allowed him to see. Muraj was with him too, watching his back carefully. He arrived at the exact location where the army of inquisitors was frozen and started tying the ropes around the legs after putting them down. They were more like statues on the stage, so it was easy to pull them. He repeated the process in haste, since he didn't want to attract any attention from the demon. Pielis Hielp. Imam Mai. Muraj looked left and right in wonder, his hair standing erect in alertness. Meow. Sylvester also stopped and prepared himself to react to any sudden attack. What was that? I felt as if someone spoke directly into my ear. Me too, Makesy. Hey, whoever you are, don't disturb us, Muraj shouted openly. Kakit die pli us. The voices were echoing and seemed muffled. They didn't seem to have one origin and were all around, but they were understandable, and from what the recent words were, Muraj was visible to this creature. Sylvester was alerted and quickly pulled Muraj close to his chest and hid him inside his robes. "Stay there, Chonky. You're tiny and easy to take." Muraj didn't object and only peeked out with his head coming out of the robes, cutely wondering who this kid-like voice was that saw him. New friends. "I don't know." Gree. Fuck. Sylvester jumped back and felt his scalp tingle. The inquisitors in front of him, each one of them, suddenly turned their heads toward him. Zombies. He was utterly confused as the events didn't fit in any case. No bloodling or demon would use such theatrics. SSSSSAVS. Mouths of all the bodies moved in unison and spoke the same words in a hissing voice. Save us. Who are you? Sylvester asked, reckoning the entity was using these bodies as a medium. Kitty play. But the bodies of the Inquisitors didn't move or speak again. Instead, the happy giggles of a child responded, repeatedly addressing Muraj, who was now shivering for some reason. Sylvester took a deep breath inside the helmet and looked around himself. I must get rid of this mist before even trying anything, but Lady Aurora is needed to fight against the strong pressure in the middle. He decided to ignore these voices as they were not hurting him. However, they continued to run into his ears, calling him for help, asking him who he was, or addressing Muraj. After he was done with 24 bodies, he decided to leave as the voices became too much. Though before leaving, he did hear one distinct voice coming from a distance, from the place where the Mizar family's mansion used to be. Diath Soul Eat. This time he felt goosebumps as the voice did seem like that of a demon. Deep, muffled voice filled with great malice, and even the air smelled of death with that voice. Chonky, this time, I have a feeling we're dealing with a really messed up demonic and ghostly situation. Muraj had already hidden inside his robes and hugged his chest. Arun Makesy, that voice, it's talking to me, I don't want to hear it. What? Confused, Sylvester quickly shook the ropes a little to signal the men outside to start pulling. Then he also rushed out of the mist. But he went a little sideways and came out where none were close. He looked at Muraj inside his robes. It talked to you? What? That last voice. Muraj nodded his chubby white head and looked into Sylvester's eyes. It said it will eat my soul and everyone's soul. Makesy, don't go in there again. A soul eater. I did read about this class of demons, but if that's the case, then it's an X-class demon, the strongest ones ever recorded. Did the other voices also speak with you? He inquired. Muraj once again nodded. They cry, everyone cried and asked me to help, but I'm tiny and weak so I can't help. How is it that they can communicate with him but not me? Are they similar to Chonky? Sylvester was trying to make sense of the situation. He was not a professional exorcist after all. Whatever the case may be, let's try to wake Lady Aurora up. If it's truly an X-class demon, then we will need her to kill it. But what I am more intrigued with is how could that beastkin summon such a strong demon? He talked to himself while walking back to the monastery. The Inquisitor bodies he had saved were now put to rest in the infirmary they had set. However, Sylvester has a different reason for saving them. Best I can do is theorize and trust my smelling abilities. They've never failed me. He walked to one of the frozen Inquisitors and checked the eyes. They were just like before, milky white, while their hearts were beating normally. Puh! A loud slap resounded all of a sudden. Sylvester had just slapped a frozen Inquisitor in the face, very firmly. What are you doing, Lord Bard? General Arnold came running, angered. Sylvester merely showed his palm to the man and shut him up. Puh! Another slap resounded on another Inquisitor's face. This time, too, Sylvester was not even looking where he slapped but the bodies beside. Some Inquisitor men were getting frustrated, seeing him disrespect their brethren. Puh! Sylvester again slapped the third Inquisitor, but this time he just stepped back while rubbing his chin and a face full of frowns. As I guessed, my worst fear has come to reality. General, we're in a big mess. What happened, Lord Bard? Hivemind, that's what these men are sharing. Look at how they all twitch when I slap one, Sylvester blurted. A soul-eater demon has taken home in there, and these men had their souls snatched away, leaving behind a body that's alive but not really. He did not mean to keep his words secretive. as all inquisitors who heard him quickly came to their friends to see their bodies. The general, however, asked Sylvester to come to the side. "Are you sure, Lord Bard? Soul eaters are rarer than the soul tree. We will have to call an expert of soul magic from the Holy Land, or perhaps the Pope himself." That was indeed the case. Soul eaters were dangerous because they could grow infinitely stronger the more souls they consumed. So, if not killed in the initial stages, it could grow stronger than even a supreme wizard. The Soul Eater demon, Tutmak, the Absorber, was precisely what the ninth Pope and 5 Guardians of Light lost their lives to while fighting. I would love to be proven incorrect, General, but before we do anything else, we must free Lady Aurora. She's a grand wizard, and I refuse to believe that an initial stage Soul Eater can harm her soul. Perhaps she's struggling right now, but we can't be sure. So I advise you to prepare the men and send word to the Holy Land. I will focus on Lady Aurora, Sylvester advised him firmly. "Can't your light defeat it? It's a dark creature after all," General Arnold asked. "Only time will tell that. But to even try that, we must first eliminate the mist. Anyway, see you in a while. Pray that Lady Aurora is well." Sylvester left the man and went to the top floor of the monastery's tower. There, in the room, Isabella was still seated beside Lady Aurora. "Status?" he asked. "She has a fever and from time to time mutters something, as if fighting someone." Sylvester rushed to sit beside Lady Aurora and used his hands to spread light magic to remove any evil impurity on her body. Lady Aurora was sweating profusely, and her lips appeared cracked. She was panting loudly as her body twitched from time to time. Isabella tried her best to keep the fever under control, but it seemed the internal fighting was too hard. "Remove her clothes," he ordered as the fever was getting higher than what Aurora could manage. What? Sylvester ignored her doubts and got to work. "I need to cover her in ice, or else, if the fever becomes too high, her brain might get damaged, leading to permanent coma, partial paralysis, or even death. Quick." Hearing about the consequences, Isabella also diligently moved and helped Sylvester remove Lady Aurora's clothes from head to toe. Nothing, not even the undergarments, were left. There was no time to feel shame or lust for an injured woman. Sylvester was used to performing emergency procedures, so he got to work quickly. He used water and air elements to create ice and cover Lady Aurora in it from head to toe. He only left 2 small dots on her temples exposed. After putting the ice, he created ice runes as well that would keep supplying more ice as the extreme body temperature of Lady Aurora melted it. "Isabella, I will be giving Lady Aurora Solarium from my own body so she may keep on fighting. In my bag, I have some Solarium crystals. I need you to keep putting the crystals in my mouth after every 30 minutes so I don't run out instead." "Understood," he ordered as he put his index fingers on Lady Aurora's temples while she remained covered under a thick sheet of ice, as if entombed in a crystal. "Got it." Sylvester didn't speak more and closed his eyes to focus. He could smell the scent of rage from Lady Aurora, so he knew she was different from those inquisitors downstairs. "You can do it, woman. Don't you want to become the first guardian someday?" He channeled the solarium in his body and into Lady Aurora. He specifically chose the mind as he reckoned it was the most critical component in fighting the demon's corruption. In silence, Sylvester kept taking deep breaths. Isabella kept putting the crystals into his mouth after each interval. "Good Lord, her solarium reserves are monstrous. I wonder how big are Pope's reserves." Of course, Sylvester was learning new things at the same time. As time passed, the day started to come to an end. Hours had passed and solarium crystals had run out a long time ago. But Sylvester didn't let go, for he felt the fever decrease. But he himself didn't look good. His body had started to get thin. "As long as she can survive, this is worth it. I just need to sunbathe to recover later," he thought and kept pushing himself. Crack! Sylvester, look, Isabella exclaimed. Sylvester opened his eyes and tiredly glanced at the ice over Lady Aurora's body. It had started to break apart. It's working. Sylvester again focused and gave more solarium. He didn't know what was happening, but liked to believe that she was winning the invisible battle. Crack. The more the cracks appeared, the more he felt rejuvenated. Boom! And finally, like an explosion, the ice blew away, sending around shards of ice everywhere. Isabella fell to the ground while Murridge hid behind Sylvester. Ah, good Lord, it's so cold. Sylvester heard a known voice and chuckled. Welcome back, Princess. You woke up in time or I was going to make a frog kiss you. Sylvester, my little brother, I knew you'd come to help me, so I gave it my all, but you look thin. Lady Aurora blurted while still lying on the bed and stared at Sylvester sitting behind her head, looking down. And why am I naked? To save your life. Anyway, how are you feeling? He asked tiredly while putting a sheet of cloth on her body like a gentleman. She closed her eyes again for a few seconds and took a long breath. I saw things, a strange world, dark and yet so warm. I think it was the... Chapter 226, Into the Mist. The demon world. Lady Aurora didn't sound confident in her own words. It was all so strange. It was all dark and shining like fire, and so many demons were present, but they didn't look ugly at all, albeit with horns and such. They spoke a language so strange I could not make heads of it. Then suddenly I felt like someone was pulling my thoughts away, and I tried to fight. Sylvester gave her a glass of water. Good for you. It was a soul-eater demon trying to take away your soul. What? Her jaw fell open. Sylvester quickly forced it close as the water was falling out. Did the soul take your brain? Don't make a mess. Also, how are you feeling right now? Lady Aurora checked her arms and legs by tapping on them. Then she wrapped the sheet of cloth around her body and ran to the small mirror on a wall. I look fine, am I fine? What if the demon took a chunk of my soul, and I don't even know? Won't killing it give back all the souls? Isabella spoke from the side. Lady Aurora just noticed her. You also came to save me. Such a good girl, and yes, killing the demon will give back all the souls. I believe that's what you're planning, Sylvester. The more we let it remain free, the stronger it will get. Sylvester nodded and revealed his initial plan. From what I experienced inside that mist, I believe something physical remains inside the mist near where I found you. It tried to attack me, but I got away safely. I also heard many strange voices, one belonging to a child. So there are likely some old souls trapped there. All in all, I first wish to get rid of the mist and then move in. Otherwise, the demon will have a grave advantage over us. Agreed. Lady Aurora replied as she shamelessly threw away the sheet of cloth and started wearing her clothes. Sylvester sighed and looked away. At that, Lady Aurora scoffed loudly. What? You've already seen it, so it doesn't matter anymore. Am I right, Isabella? Isabella nodded nervously. She was like that around Lady Aurora most of the time, meek and shy, for she saw the latter as a role model. Let's move out now. Losing me must have brought down the morals of the Inquisitors. I can't have that, for they are the backbone of this mission. Furthermore, Sylvester, did you find any further information about this situation? I know you're the smart brain, so give it to me. As they walked downstairs, Sylvester updated Lady Aurora about the whole situation of the Mizar family and the culprit crusaders under the command of the local baron. That maggot, she cursed at the baron. It's so hard to convert the heathens to the side of the light already, and then these buffoon nobles come and destroy everything. I'm sure the words of the massacre of such a prominent trader's family must have already spread all over Libercia and the Beastaria's coastal region. I believe we'll likely see fewer pilgrims from the Beastkins this time. Sylvester shared the same feeling. We are our own enemies, Aurora. Why do you think any underhuman species will accept soulies if we treat them inhumanely? Why would an elf-bed slave commit to Solis after being abused by some sick fat lord? Why would an orc slave accept Solis after being beaten and forced into doing hard labor? Why would the dwarves accept Solis after being locked in a dungeon as a free weaponsmith slave? Lady Aurora stopped and looked at Sylvester. Are you suggesting we absolve? I am suggesting nothing, Aurora, just making an observation. All I know is that our methods of preaching are wrong. I don't think even my hymns and light can heal the mental scars of an elf that's been violated and tortured for decades. But we have heathens like the Baron and Duchess Artemis among us. Why even talk about the underhuman species? Lady Aurora sighed and continued on her path. That's why you need to do your best and win this race. Take the seat you were born to occupy. Isn't that what this entire game is about? I will have that throne no matter what. I'm just afraid of the cost. Sylvester thought and arrived at the open field outside the monastery. Lady Tenth, General Arnold came running, surprised and elated, yet his face remained dead as always. You're well. It's certainly soothing to the mind. Will you be taking over the authority again? No, not anymore, for we have a better thinker among us. My brother here, Lord's Bard, the bringer of light, Sylvester Maximilian, will officially command all 10,000 of your inquisitors. She proudly proclaimed while patting Sylvester's shoulder, who was taller than her. This woman, why is she smirking at me? Did she just push away her responsibilities onto me? But nothing had changed. Sylvester was the boss already. General, start preparing the masks. Lady Aurora and I will start removing the mist. Whenever you see the cleared space, I want you to save the rest of the Inquisitor army and then start evacuating the bodies of the frozen villagers too. Once you're done, take everyone at least 5 kilometers back from here. We don't know how dangerous this creature will be, and we don't wish to take any chances. General Arnold stoically looked back. Villagers who lived have started to run away, Lord Bard. They are scared of the increasing mist. How can I tell them to stay and help now? There must be some who have their families still stuck in the village. Keep them behind and let the rest go. I am allotting 30 minutes for you to prepare everything. After that, I will enter the mist with Lady Aurora. Understood. The man saluted and marched away. Lady Aurora giggled, seeing his commanding attitude. I'm slowly starting to understand why the more you meet my father, the more he likes you. You're a competent army commander. Sylvester responded in a retort. And I am confused about how a woman as old as you is still so immature sometimes. Truly, the world is full of mysteries, some awe-inspiring and some just dumb. Lady Aurora blinked dumbly and pointed her finger at her own face while facing Isabella. Did he call me dumb? Isabella nodded strongly. I believe that's what his words can be interpreted as, my lady. Lady Aurora stared at Sylvester's leaving figure, but she stopped herself from doing something immature again as the moment was truly serious and deadly. So instead, she focused on the mist and wondered what magic to use to get rid of it. Sylvester was thinking the same. He was less worried about the outer layer, as the innermost layers had so much pressure from all around that he wasn't sure if he could get rid of the mist. Either way, he had no option but to try and stop the demon before it devoured everything. Soon, the time for the moment of truth arrived. Sylvester was slightly nervous this time as he had no solarium crystals left. So this time, he was going with the retreating at the sight of trouble mindset. Ready? He stepped beside Lady Aurora at the edge of the mist. Behind them were the Inquisitors, donning light armor, ready to run in and drag their brethren out. I was basically asleep the whole time my mind was lost. My body feels completely fresh at the moment. She responded and started waving her hands towards the mist. She created large circular rune schemes, each being as big as a meter in diameter. They appeared white, meaning they were related to the wind element. She didn't need to hide her spells at the moment, so she put no focus on ensuring the runes remained colorless. Boom! Then, with her monstrous magical strength, she unleashed the most incredible gust of wind that Sylvester had ever seen. It dug into the mist and disappeared, not even removing the mist. However, what happened after that was the most shocking. SHHH. A few seconds later, all the mist from the vicinity started to get sucked away in the same direction Lady Aurora's spell went. Creating negative pressure to make the mist fly over the cliff and disperse over the blood sea. Smart. Sylvester praised the woman he considered sister now. Lady Aurora chuckled wryly, definitely not having thought as much as Sylvester. Behold my power, Sylvester. You must strive to be stronger than this one day. Whoosh! She threw away a few more such gusts of wind. Seeing that, Sylvester also made his move and started creating massive whirling storms. Let's work together, Lady Aurora. With the tornadoes, I will gather as much mist as possible, and once I signal, you send the gust of wind. Got it. With that, Sylvester and Lady Aurora showed an incredible feat of magic to the Inquisitors. Their spells were vast and mighty. They were audible to the ears even when they only consisted of air. It was undoubtedly confidence-inspiring for them. Boom! That should do it, Lady Aurora exclaimed after launching the last spell. The area had become much clearer now, and the first 200 meters appeared clear to walk around. Exorcists, move in, General Arnold roared, as per the plan Sylvester had made. Malum quod ante lucem stat, per ster nesses est, nam hanc pugnam vincere destinati sumus, abside, abside. Loud reciting of the ritual echoed all around. A dozen exorcists made a semicircle around the village and started to walk in. The seven-light ritual was in place. The exorcists held a torch in one hand and a holy book in the other, while the symbol of the church was brandished on their chests as a large locket. They chanted and chanted, for the land they had to purify. In the meantime, Sylvester had a demonic mess to rectify. Inquisitors, mask up and move in, follow the protocol and bring all the brothers of the Inquisition and villagers out, General Arnold roared. He also put on a mask and led the men into the recently cleaned area. However, Sylvester and Lady Aurora's destination was further deep into the village. After the first 200, the next 300-meter radius was the next target. Though this time as well, they quickly cleaned the area, albeit with a dozen more spells than before. Clear, Sylvester bellowed to signal the Inquisitors behind. Though for Lady Aurora and Sylvester, the real fight was to start now. In front of them was the 500-meter mark, the toughest. The same radius inside which Lady Aurora was stuck, and Sylvester's solidified light helmet was cracked. Sylvester didn't wish to enter without a plan, so he stopped to think. Do you know what powers a soul eater has other than eating souls? I don't. They are so rare that even books don't have much information about them, though this mist situation is a first, Lady Aurora said. Out of options, Sylvester walked to a large tree, half stuck inside the mist and half outside. The outer part had a hollow, a big one. Does the mist also travel under the GR? Move back. Sylvester abruptly jumped back, alerting Lady Aurora too. He kept his spear forward and Lady Aurora her sword, pointed at the hollow. He roared, "Come out, I saw you in there, show your face." Chapter 227, Duel What? Come out, he bellowed angrily as no movement was seen. Sniff a sniff. Snivels of a child resounded all of a sudden. Sylvester faintly recognized the voice belonging to the whispers that wanted to play with Muraj, so he quickly tucked Muraj into his robes and asked again, "Come out, I won't harm you." Then a ghostly figure of a little girl came out, hovering in the air. It had no legs, a completely white body, long messy hair and black eyes. It looked as innocent as a young child could be. This one was likely not over 5 years of age. /in, see her reference art. Sylvester tried to smell, but there was nothing. Is this a ghost? Who are you, young one? He tried to act calm. Mister, where is Mum? Where is Big Brother? Is she a ghost of the Mizar family? He wondered in silence. But just then Lady Aurora voiced in confusion. Sylvester, who are you talking to? Sylvester turned to the side and noticed Lady Aurora was clueless. She was looking left and right, but didn't seem to focus on the little ghost of the child. You really can't see her. Over there near the tree, there is a little child. He pointed precisely where the girl's ghost was standing, scared and sad. I can't. What is going on? Lady Aurora still could not see. Can't even hear? He asked. Not at all. Sylvester wondered what it was that made him so special. Why can I see her then? Is it related to my light magic, or is it something else? He focused back on the little girl's ghost. She looked so lost and confused, and her face was full of panic as well. She didn't appear like a human entirely, and the fact that she likely died a gruesome death was quite heartbreaking. What's your name, young one? He asked kindly while kneeling down, not to appear threatening. I am Amy, mister. Can I see the kitty? I love kitties, she asked longingly. Muraj poked his chubby head out of Sylvester's robes and looked at his face to get permission. He whispered, Makesy, she's really a child, I know. Sylvester glanced at the girl and then at the chubby boy. What am I supposed to do with her? She's dead. Fine, he allowed it. Muraj jumped out and rubbed himself around the ghost. Shockingly, Muraj could touch her even though she looked like a little cloud. What the? Sylvester jumped to his feet. I can't see her now. What's this? Muraj is the key. He talked to himself in utter disbelief. He had never thought Muraj would have such a unique ability. But the question was, if only Sylvester could see Muraj, then what was Muraj looking at that only he could see? Is Chonky some sort of a key that connects the world between the living and dead? His belly is already an example of extreme interdimensional space. What other abilities does he have? He saw Muraj playing with the girl, albeit he couldn't see her. So Sylvester walked behind Muraj and put his hand on the chubby head. In an instant, he could see the girl again, who was giggling as Muraj licked her hand. Sylvester tried to check his abilities again and again by touching Muraj from time to time. He is the key, it seems, but how far can the touch extend? He wondered and looked behind. Aurora, please come here and put a hand on my shoulder, he asked, hoping she wouldn't see Muraj but would see the girl. Without much thought, she knelt beside Sylvester while putting her hand on his shoulder. What in the? She retracted her hand and then placed it again. She repeated the action a few times until her jaw fell. Whoa, what is this? Is she a ghost? Look at her, so tiny, but why is she giggling? Sylvester didn't answer her and addressed the girl now that Lady Aurora could also see her. Amy, what are you doing here? The little ghost girl looked left and right in confusion. I don't know. I was playing hide and seek with Nat, Matt, Tony, and Leo. I was hiding in the cupboard and waiting to be found. But then everything felt very warm and I couldn't breathe. I don't know what happened after. Mister, where is Mum? When will Daddy come? So she didn't live through the burning and fell unconscious due to the smoke. Sylvester could only pity the poor thing. Raya. No, Amy's form flew to Sylvester and hid behind him. Mister, that big monster wants to eat me. Please help. Sylvester faced the mist while the roar came from inside it. He could feel that this demon was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever witnessed yet. Lady Aurora, use your strongest attack and try to get rid of this mist. I will do the same, he suggested. Amy, stay behind me. Yes, yes. The little girl hid behind Sylvester's legs and peeked at the front. To Sylvester, it felt bizarre how he was communicating with a ghost, but at the same time, he could feel that she was no different from any innocent child on the streets. So, he reckoned that if he was willing to save a child on the streets, why not her? The Crusaders had already done enough to hurt her, and he was already aiming to kill the demon. Boom! Sylvester's right palm rested by his chest as he started singing a hymn, and a bright beam of light blasted into the mist. The wrath of heavens was as strong as ever, fitting for the name. The bright white light pierced through the mist and illuminated the particles. The entire area seemed like a torch from that. Whoosh! A tunnel formed in the intensely packed mist, but sadly, it didn't wash away like the rest of the mist before. The area was so pressurized by the demon's powers that the mist was trapped. "Let me try," Lady Aurora said, and planted the blade of her sword into the ground while her hands rested on the hilt. She then closed her eyes and muttered a few words. "The lightning that can incinerate the world entirely. What burns harsher than fire, come forth, for your beauty we all admire." Boom! Unlike Lady Aurora's signature move of Thunderfall, as her code name suggests, this one was reversed. The lightning bolts were coming from the ground inside the mist, creating large punctures here and there. There were hundreds and thousands of such bolts, each strong enough to uproot a small keep. So strong that even the earth shook and the sky boomed with ear-shattering claps. The might of a grand wizard was something none could fight, in most cases. Still can't do it. If I wish to remove all the mist, I need to summon more lightning, but this is my limit. She panted a little after obliterating the landscape. There were no houses other than the ruined land and mansion of the Mizar family, so they didn't worry about damaging the place. "Let me try again," Sylvester said, using more energy this time. Boom! This time, a bigger, brighter, and wider beam of light pierced through the mist. This time, Sylvester could see that the beam of light crossed over to the other side, onto the cliff's ridge, as he saw a clear sky at the end of the long tunnel. "Great, let's go." "No," Sylvester stopped her. "If this is all we can do with our full might, then the demon is likely stronger than the home it has created for itself. So unless we can remove all the mist, we should not enter. The last thing we want is a soul eater to devour us too and gain your strength and my light magic, becoming resistant to light magic in return." "Whoa, Big Brother is so shiny," Amy suddenly exclaimed, having seen the might of Sylvester and Lady Aurora. She flew around Sylvester and chirped, "I will one day be as strong as you, Big Brother. Daddy said he would also teach me how to punch like a tiger when he returns. Do you know where Daddy is? He went beyond the big blue sea to make money. Mum says he's powerful and smart." Sylvester's heart broke as he heard her words. She does not know she's dead. The realization somewhat saddened him, knowing the girl would never have the happiness she desired. How do I make her soul leave this plane? The more she lives here, the sadder she will get, likely one day turning into a vengeful creature of the night. He tapped on Muraj, who sat on his shoulder, to jump down and play with the girl so he could talk with Lady Aurora about the next step. "Let's move back and call for help from the Holy Land. Until then, we can stop the mist from spreading." Lady Aurora rubbed her chin and thought about it. "Even if we ask for someone, the best they can send is some random guardian, maybe Lord Inquisitor. But that won't be enough to kill this thing. What we need is the fourth guardian of light, the Soulbreaker, Zachmund Kaf Xerxes. But last I remember, he was stationed on the other side of the continent, so it's impossible that we'll get any help quickly." "What about the Pope?" Sylvester asked. "He should be able to deal with this." He should be, but will he be free to come here? I mean, he will likely wish to kill this demon as quickly as possible, but we don't know what's on the Holy Father's plate right now." The two fell into thinking. Sylvester looked around at Muraj and Amy playing, running around him, giggling. "Then how do we kill this thing?" "I have an idea," Lady Aurora blurted. "Sylvester, don't tell anyone this, but I have reached a bottleneck, which means I am about to level up to Grand Wizard Level 2. If I can level up, I should be able to make my lightning bigger and remove all the mist from this land. After that, We just have to kill the demon. He knew some terms and conditions were coming next. What do we have to do to level you up? She folded her arms and seriously replied, Dual cultivation. Chapter 228, Dream of Invention. What's dual cultivation? Sylvester asked as he heard the term for the first time. It is beneficial to you as well, Sylvester. That's why it's called dual cultivation. It's the art of training together with the aim to only push the opponent's magic without hurting each other. What's the one thing that makes us wizards and knights stronger? It's to push oneself beyond the limit. So, we will spar with each other continuously, non-stop, no matter how exhausted we get. Unless we're so tired that we faint, we must keep on sparring and using our best moves that are strong enough to push the other side while ensuring we don't kill the other party. We will try to defend against each other's attacks, no scheming involved. Usually, dual cultivation only works if the two sides are of equal level, but I know you have a few moves that can harm me too. Sylvester didn't really have another option than to do this, so he agreed, hopping it would help with his own training as well. All right then, let's get to it. He glanced at Muraj and went to pick him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the girl. Amy, come with me. We will first practice and get stronger and then return to defeat that big bad monster. Really? Yes, he's sitting in my home. I can't go in and find Mum if he's there, she chirped and flew around Sylvester. Lady Aurora, meanwhile, shook her head, finding the conversation with an invisible ghost creepy when she couldn't see the girl. You are one strange man, Sylvester. Every time I'm with you, something strange happens. You are the magnet for trouble. It's just a game of fate, Lady Aurora. I have no control over what I come across. All I can hope is that I can overcome whatever it may be. Let's go and start the training then. They made their way back toward the monastery instead of spending time near the new restricted zone. Though slowly, all the damage Sylvester and Lady Aurora had caused to the mist was being recovered, so they knew they'd have to return soon enough to ensure the mist didn't spread out again. What happened? Did you defeat it? Isabella asked them as they returned. Sylvester knew that Lady Aurora didn't want to reveal her power level to others, so he took over. I'm afraid we will have to call help from the Holy Land. The demon is too strong for us. Perhaps the Pope can do something, or maybe a few more guardians coming together will solve it. But, my lord, how are we to keep the bodies of all these men, women, and children safe? We already saw that the degradation has started. The Inquisitors can surely survive for a month in a coma, but the normal villagers will die in a few more days. General Arnold addressed the most pressing concerns. Sylvester had not thought about it initially as he was too occupied, but now that he did, they were indeed in a mess. At least 3,000 villagers and 5,000 Inquisitors were in a coma. The Inquisitors would mostly live, but if nothing was done, all the villagers would die. I can't even use the solarium crystals on them. First of all, getting so many of them would be expensive. Not to mention, they may end up killing the villagers since their bodies are fragile to solarium imbalance. Sylvester rubbed his chin as he thought about a way to at least get the people to live until Lady Aurora leveled up. How many blacksmiths and bright mothers do we have, General? Sylvester inquired about a very strange combination of professions for sure. Blacksmiths, maybe 5. The rest of them are in a coma. As for bright mothers, since it's a village monastery, they have merely 2 local bright mothers. What are you planning, Lord Bard? General asked. Isabella and Lady Aurora also stared at Sylvester's face, for they had been together with him long enough to know he was coming up with some crazy but revolutionary idea. Sylvester fell silent and closed his eyes to think in focus. At the same time, he started to take off his golden armor and cape since he wouldn't be fighting anytime soon. The villagers are no different from normal humans. Any person that's not a wizard or knight is just a normal bag of meat with an average lifespan of 60 years, prone to injuries and disease. Modern means should work on them, but I can't create things as good as they were in the past life. I lack the industrial hardware for it. What are you thinking, Sylvester? If you need any help, just tell me. Lady Aurora spoke in her kind voice. Water, that's the most important thing for the human body, Sylvester started speaking. Without food, people can survive a month or two, but without water, not even a week. We will need to feed water to these people in the comatose state. Of course, we can't feed them through their mouths. So, General, send your men to nearby towns, villages, and even the Magic City and Yggdrasil School of Magic. Bring as many blacksmiths, glassmakers, healers, and bright mothers as you can. To do what, my lord? To feed the solution of water and salt directly into the blood of those fallen to the demon. Preach that the Lord's bard is here, and remind them of their solemn duties as faithfuls. But we need the people as quickly as possible, he ordered, with no scope for failure. No one knew what he was about to do or make, but the general followed the order, as was his duty. I will send the summons, Lord Bard. I hope your methods work out. They likely will. As long as I can make it, Sylvester thought. The plan was simple: make needles to administer the saline in the body. But he also needed to make glass bottles and thin tubes. He was going to use sheepskin for tubes, since things like PVC or such materials were impossible to make quickly. For the needles, he could easily use fire magic to get the thin steel sheets turned into pipes. After that, all that was needed was to cold press the pipes to make them stretch out and become thin before cutting them. He needed to make many of them, as reusing a single one could transmit deadly disease and create more trouble than help. What are you cooking in that big brain of yours, Sylvester? Lady Aurora asked. She was not mocking but genuinely interested. Let's go to the open fields and start training. I will explain things while we're at it. Isabella, you also got nothing to do here, so come with us. Maybe you will learn a thing or two about microbiology. He walked away with the armor neatly folded together. He usually kept it in Murad's belly, but that could only be done privately. Not to mention, he had the little ghost of Amy following behind, always playing and talking with Murad. She was talking non-stop about her life, her family, and how much she loved her parents. But of course, all that was putting a nail in Sylvester's heart, since he knew the truth. Soon, they arrived at a location away from the village. Sylvester and Lady Aurora stood apart, as this was not hand-to-hand combat. All they were supposed to do was stand in one place and defend against the opponent's magical attack. I will go first. After that, you may assess how strong my attack is and calibrate your moves accordingly, Sylvester shouted. I don't know how effective it will be on you, so I won't use a full-powered Wrath of Heaven. Okay. Lady Aurora showed a thumbs up from a distance. Here goes nothing. Sylvester put his palm forward near the chest and spoke a little hymn from the old times. Boom! It was evening, and the sun was a few hours away from setting. So in that dim light, Sylvester's beam of pure light struck out beautifully. The ghost girl, Amy, was cheering beside him, calling it pretty. Though across the distance, Lady Aurora stood firmly with her feet strongly planted on the ground. She put her hands in front of herself and prepared to block the strike with a firm earth wall. Boom! G-R-R-R-R. Good God, I never knew it was this strong. She was in awe while being pushed back a little as her feet got dragged. But she wasn't breaking any sweat from a small attack, though she did realize that the beam of light was digging through the earth wall. So she quickly used multiple water runes and started to destroy the beam of light by expanding all the energy that was available in it. Still not dying, what is this made of? Though she felt the light was slowly getting weaker. So this time she decided to use her bare arms and push her body to rank up at least. Of course, she was not stupid enough to allow that light to touch her skin. No, she used electricity instead. It covered her arms with an invisible electric field. BZZZ. Sparks flew around when she finally stood face to face against the large beam of light, seemingly attacking like a dragon just wanting to plow through. Over time, she was able to withstand it as the energy in Sylvester's attack died down. In total, it took Lady Aurora a full 30 seconds to fend it off. Sylvester, get ready. I will be sending you a bolt of lightning horizontal from my direction, Lady Aurora shouted to give a heads up. Sylvester also dug his feet into the ground and prepared to fend off the attack. She's so strong, I don't know if I can even withstand her weak attacks. Here I go, she roared. Sylvester didn't waste a moment and created a small, circular handheld shield of solidified light magic. It was his strongest element, after all, and pushing its limits was beneficial to him, as he one day wished to use solidified light as a personal all-purpose tool that could take the form of anything he could imagine. Bzzz. A single, thick bolt of lightning zoomed towards Sylvester. He expectantly prepared for it and let it strike his light shield that shined in white light and appeared invisible, as fragile as glass. He gritted his teeth and took a long breath. Let's see what you've got. Boom! Chapter 229, A Letter from Home. Oh, frick! Sylvester didn't think a single bolt of lightning would be this strong. He felt his feet being pushed back so much that he had to take steps back to stay standing. Besides that, his light shield felt warm and slightly cracked in a few places. But the game was all about pushing oneself, so he focused and put more light magic on his shield, making it thicker and sturdier. At the same time, he pushed his physical body to the limits by trying to hold his ground. He also tried to obstruct the path of the continuous lightning bolt by throwing occasional chunks of earth at it. He was proficient in all elemental magic, after all. Though only the elemental magic was intent-based, the runes, incantations, and other complex forms of magic required training, study, and actual process. Boom! The chunks of the earth would blow up instantly, though. How long can she keep on going? He looked at Lady Aurora, and she appeared not even tired from her continuous attack. She even seemed to be smiling. However, it didn't look good with the combination of her thunderous powers. He, too, chuckled, albeit grunting next, as he remembered something from his previous life. Good God, she's the second coming of Palpatine. Thud. He knelt down knowingly as he needed a better grip. I need to push back as well. Sylvester thought about all the attacks in his arsenal. Soon, he came up with the idea of using triple-layered earth and water runes. The fire was useless against lightning, as was air, so this was the only way to go. So he went ahead and started to cast the runes behind his shield that he stopped powering. In a few seconds, it was supposed to break apart. He infused water into the ground around himself and raised it. His goal was to create a straight line of raised earth and fight against the oncoming strike until he could reach Lady Aurora. It was dangerous as he couldn't see anything at the front, but this way, he'd be free from real physical force that stopped him from moving. At the same time, he could use as much material from the ground as he needed. Boom! Boom! It seemed as if a long, tall cubade erected out of the ground and moved forward slowly. Sylvester, behind everything, pushed ahead with his hands facing his front, holding 3 intricate giant runes, layered one above the other, 2 brown and 1 blue. The water in the ground would take a little time before boiling apart in steam and also blowing apart. That would allow Sylvester to move ahead and raise more land. The process was tough on his body and solarium reserves. Nevertheless, he pushed himself to the limit, though also being careful with his leg as things were not right there. Boom! Stop, Lady Aurora roared and ceased her attack. You did great, Sylvester, came so close to me. Sylvester also stopped and removed the raised land. To his shock, he had come so close that they were merely a meter apart. But Sylvester was not happy as he panted and accepted the reality. This was her weak attack, and I struggled so much. I hope I never have to face a grand wizard anytime soon. That was one good exercise, he said, and calmed his breath. He was conscious enough not to lose all his magic in training, as the primary goal was to level Lady Aurora up, not him. I will go harder than the last time, also from closer. He alerted her before walking back a few meters, placing his palm near his chest and facing outward. Lady Aurora had decided to do the same as the last. She covered her arms with an invisible electric current to make them act like a shield. Got it. He started singing the hymn, and the halo appeared. Boom! What? Time in Ender Village passed fast as Sylvester found himself extremely busy. First thing in the morning, Sylvester and Lady Aurora would deal with the increasing mist. Then, he would train with Lady Aurora, focusing more on her than on himself. After that, he'd spend his day trying to manufacture syringes, long tubes, and hanging glass bottles. Making saline was the easiest part, though. What was saline? It was a mixture of sodium chloride, also known as salt, with boiled water. Making them was something even ordinary villagers could do as long as hygiene was maintained. Making the glass bottle is the easiest part. Even making the tubes is not hard. But making the syringes will require a higher quality of crafting. First of all, we need thin steel sheets. Sylvester was trying to teach a few blacksmiths he had recruited so they could teach the rest when they'd arrive. He showed them the whole process and asked the inquisitors to come and help. The wizards ended up smoothing and fastening the glass-making and needle-making processes. By the end of the second day, when Sylvester and Aurora returned after their harsh training, the first prototype of the needle was prepared. All Sylvester needed to do next was create a holder for the needle. By night, Sylvester had created the first complete prototype, and the testing was to be conducted. First, Sylvester connected everything and held the glass bottle high up. Then, he opened the stopper made of a ball bearing and metal frame. Tap, tap. Soon enough, water droplets started falling from the needle. Sylvester knew it would work, but he was worried about the consistency and speed. He wanted to avoid ending up damaging the villagers instead. "My lord, this is brilliant," a healer from the ranks of inquisitors exclaimed happily. "With this, we can even give medicinal potions to the patients." Sylvester was happy that the people realized how great this little invention was. Indeed, but you don't always need to put a whole bottle of saline into someone to give medicine. If it's supposed to be a small dose, then we can use something called an injection. If we have time, I will show it as well. But for now, get to work and create as many needles as possible. Remember one thing carefully: never reuse a single needle on more than one person. Understood? Yes, Lord Bard. The 5 blacksmiths, 2 bright mothers, 3 glassmakers, and a dozen or so inquisitors saluted him together. Then they rushed back to the basement lab Sylvester had set up under the monastery. I should get this invention recorded in the inventor's registry of the church. Who knows, someday someone might make a better version of this. How do you come up with all this? Isabella asked from the side. Sylvester shrugged. Necessity is the mother of invention, Isabella. We needed to feed water to the people, and we all know our body is majority water. So I just used common sense, an idea, and the help of a few talented helpers. If that was the case, then why didn't anyone in the past come up with such a thing? Isabella asked further. For that, Sylvester could only make guesses. Because, as far as he knew, the society in this world seemed to have stagnated. Not much has changed in the past 5,000 years of recorded history. Well, the reason is simple. The peasants are mostly illiterate, and they are usually busy farming or doing other chores from morning till night. So none have the time to think. As for nobles, you folks have access to the best magical healers, so you do not need to invent something. As for clergymen, we have magical healers available at all times. Do you see the pattern? Nobody ever had the need or time to think. He explained the best he could. Lady Aurora came to his side and tapped on his head. May the Lord give me some of your brains as well, for you certainly are above all us peasant mortals with no brains. Ha, come on, Lady Aurora. You're probably one of the youngest grand wizards in the history of mankind. If anything, you should be the last to be envious of me. He chuckled. But Lady Aurora's face turned serious instantly as she glanced into his eyes. You are 17 and already an arch-wizard. Sylvester, it takes more than 60 years on average to reach that rank. Most don't even reach arch-wizard rank in a century, and here you are. If the speed continues, we may see the youngest grand wizard in history. Isabella's jaw fell agape. Really? But how? What makes him so different? Probably blessed by the Lord or something. Look at his face. He's either a womanizer devil or Soli's incarnation himself. Lady Aurora jokingly left the room to help the workers. Though Sylvester was left with a self-question too. I have asked myself this again and again. Why can I rank up so fast? Felix just recently became Master Wizard, and even that's considered very fast. Gabriel is still stuck at Adept Wizard rank. Is my light magic helping me somehow? Sure enough, not only the world but his own body was a mystery to Sylvester, something he hoped to unwind slowly with time. There is so much work, so much mess. I hope the whole Duke Demon situation gets sorted soon. He muttered and went off to work as well. In the coming days, crowds started arriving at the Ender village. Dozens of bright mothers, tens of healers, and hundreds of blacksmiths or glassmakers. Of course, Sylvester would pay them a small wage from monastery coffers that they could later reimburse from the Holy Land. With a slow but efficient process, he trained all the people to form a supply and service chain. The healers and bright mothers were responsible for taking care of the fallen, while the rest were to make the tools. Sylvester and Lady Aurora also intensified their training since they now had more free time. Boom! In the same old open field, Sylvester blasted a full-powered, wide and strong wrath of heavens. It was the same that created a hole in the strong mist of the Soul-Eater demon. Whoosh! Lady Aurora appeared to struggle this time and got pushed back. She gritted her teeth as her whole body started to radiate blue lightning. Arag, she shouted as veins popped all over her head. It was not hurting her much, but she was finding it hard to push against Sylvester's light. This means that Sylvester's current strongest move could not kill a grand wizard, but it could surely push one back. But Sylvester didn't mind, as he knew that slowly, with every level up, his moves would get stronger too. Not to mention, he was working on a new wide area move. Bam! She got thrown away finally and fell to the side. The beam of light got sent away into the sky, only to disappear like a shooting star. Sylvester went close to her and gave her a hand. You are making some progress. Before you couldn't even stand a second there. Lady Aurora gritted her teeth, however. It's been 7 days and I still don't feel the level up. This is not working. Calm down, slow and steady wins the rack. What's she doing here? He stopped speaking as Isabella appeared, running to them. Sylvester, you have a letter from the Holy Land. I thought it was urgent, so I brought it here. She panted and breathed out words. Sylvester hurriedly took the letter and tore it open. It should be important. He suddenly stopped speaking, and his face changed from always calm and confident to one of rage. His golden eyes widened and shook, and his brows furrowed. Sylvester, what happened? Lady Aurora asked with urgency. My mother, she's been stabbed. Chapter 230, Black Market Trading. Xavier got what? Show the letter to me. Lady Aurora took the letter and read it in a low voice. Big brother, this is Raven Maxwell, Gabriel's sister. I work as Mother Xavier's assistant. I am writing this to you because Mother Xavier refuses to, for she fears it would worry you too much. 2 days ago, when we had gone to the villages near the Holy Land's border to oversee the free health camps, 2 men attacked her and stabbed a small dagger in her neck while shouting, "Death to God's favored." Thankfully, Sir Zeke was the guard and protected Mother Zavia, killing the 2 attackers in a tough battle. Mother Zavia is out of danger and you need not worry. She has received the best medical aid and is conscious, but her voice has temporarily suffered. The 2 attackers were men from clergy as well. They were archpriests, Geoffrey Rivers and Harold Bloom. I just thought you would like to know the names, as you know best what to do with the information. Please write a letter to Mother Zavia so she may feel calm. She misses you a lot and worries for your safety. Lady Aurora folded the letter back, her hands shaking as her anger took over. She liked Zavia, too, after all. She had spent a lot of time with her during the time they were in the Holy Land. She felt like the woman was her big sister, albeit younger. These bloody wastes of fresh air. Rivers and Bloom are family names of the branch families of the Riveria royal family. This attack clearly has the name of Riveria written all over, she barked. Isabella, who also had a favorable view of Zavia, was taken aback. That's so wrong. Why did they do that? Sadly, only Sylvester knew the answer to that, but he couldn't tell anyone. King Riveria has gone senile from his age, it seems. He still has not forgotten the disappearance of his son, and the only person famously known to have any animosity or reason for hostility against Rommel was me, since I got Bishop Norman caught and killed. So King Riveria wants kin for kin, but he made a move, and now I must make the final move in return. But how? I'm sitting too low in the food chain to do anything against a mighty king protected by the whole kingdom. Sylvester wished to neutralize the man as soon as possible. The mess had gone on for far too long and needed to be sorted out now. He didn't want to live in fear of Zavia being in danger at all times, even inside the church. How did this even happen so close to the church? Why didn't the church do anything even when knowing that if she died, I'd have no reason to stay with them? Is the Pope planning something again? Sylvester. If she's fine, I have no reason to go so far back right now. I need to first end this mess as quickly as possible and start plotting for the distant future. Ahem. Sylvester, hey, Lady Aurora shook Sylvester firmly. What's the matter? I called your name so many times. I'm fine, Lady Aurora. I was just thinking about a few things. Mum is fine, that's good to hear. But I'm sure the higher-ups will take care of the situation. They all know how important she is to me, after all. He replied and started walking back towards the village. Lady Aurora didn't follow for a second, though. As per what she could understand, she could feel this was a veiled threat. If something happens to Mother Zavia, then the church could say goodbye to having another supreme wizard in the near future. How did such a thing even happen? I don't remember the Holy Land being this unguarded and clumsy. She wondered, as anyone would at that point. What? Sylvester put all his focus on the mission at hand. He had waited so many days in the village, yet no words had come from Cardinal Cornelius. He was growing impatient as he saw little progress here as well. Lady Aurora, we will only wait 3 more days. If you can't level up, then we will evacuate this area completely and let the experts from the Holy Land handle this, whoever they may be. If you level up or enter into the leveling up process, then we shall enter the mist and kill the demon. I have also ordered a few things through running men. As long as we get them, our mission will get easier. He briefed Lady Aurora. A sense of urgency was evident in his voice now. She had no option but to agree with him as well. Otherwise, they would be jeopardizing the primary mission. So they got to work, preparing for the fight. Lady Aurora kept practicing alone even after training with Sylvester. Isabella would go and heal the sick, and Sylvester had a solo trip to a nearby road to exchange some precious items. He used Felix's help to acquire another batch of celerium, light, explosive, and a few other types of crystals. He was spending a lot of money this time, though he had decided to pay with diamonds since keeping that much gold in pouches was too much. It would weigh more than 100 kilos if he were to do that. Whoa, I never came out this far from home before. Big brother, what's that? Sylvester talked with the little ghost of Amy. He had to work hard not to feel sad while talking to her. He wanted to tell her that she was dead but didn't have the cold heart to say it yet. At least he wished to first defeat the demon. That's a big haystack, Amy, and don't fly too far from me or you'll get lost. Do you want a bad monster to chase you again? He tried to keep her as close as possible. Okay, but why won't you let Chunky play with me more? I want to hug him. Sylvester looked at the furry boy sitting on his shoulder. Fine, you can play, but you must sit here. Sylvester lifted the thin sheet of the blanket he was using to cover himself and let Murad jump under it. Come here and tuck yourself in. Whoosh! Yay, she chirped happily and jumped on Murad. Sylvester could not touch her, no matter what, so Murad's touch was the only source of warmth for the poor girl. Though Sylvester soon came to regret letting the two inside his blanket as they started playing, and Murad became violent, sometimes rubbing his paws on Sylvester's stomach. Amy was also giggling, singing rhymes and telling stories to the cat. The whole way passed before they knew it, and Sylvester arrived at the rendezvous point. The man he was dealing with was obviously from the black market of this world that he didn't know much about. The only rule Felix asked him to follow was to never ask any questions. Just take your items and leave. Like the last time soon, a man appeared on horseback with a leather bag on his back. Sylvester also reached the man on his horse and spoke the code word. A rat thinks the earth is flat. The tall hooded man nodded his head and passed on the leather bag. At the same time, Sylvester handed over a pouch full of diamonds. The man looked inside and checked all the diamonds and then left with no words spoken. That's how the Undersun Trading Company did its business, silently and quickly. They were notorious for declining clients or outright banning them if anyone tried to act smart, but nobody knew who ran the organization or where it was even headquartered. Well, that takes care of one aspect. With this many crystals, dealing with a single demon should not be that hard. He spoke to himself and quickly returned to the Ender village. By the evening of the same day, Sylvester arrived back in the village and immediately started planning to enter the mist again without caring if they first cleared it or not. But what awaited him there was a surprise as he found Lady Aurora jumping in excitement. Sylvester, it has started. I can feel it, the level up is happening. I will soon be on the second rank. He shared her joy with words. But you will still need a push, right? Don't worry. I have a trick to generate a much stronger wrath of heavens for you to fight against. He planned on using his solarium stones to increase the beam's intensity and temperature. What he wanted to do was to make Lady Aurora finally feel pain. Really? Then let's go and try. The quicker we are, the faster we can kill the demon. She chirped and grabbed Sylvester's hand to drag him outside. It was about to turn very dark, but Sylvester decided to entertain her. However, he didn't allow her to go too far from the village. After all, he still had to be careful about the Shadow Knight. All right, stand right there and wait for me. Be careful, and this time it will be somewhat different, and try not to jump aside, but use your body to block it instead. It's okay if you get somewhat hurt. He gave her the same strategy that boxers use to strengthen their knuckles. Lady Aurora nodded firmly from a distance and took a defensive position. Sylvester prepared for the attack, but he had to first sit down and take some tools out of his bag. He wished to make an IED after all. Lady Aurora's shoulder fell and she walked closer to him to check. What are you even doing? I thought you'd attack. I am but a weaker wizard than you. You have already faced my peak strength and lived to see the day. Hence, I am left with no choice but to increase my magical strength in the hopes of causing you some real damage. This solarium explosion will greatly intensify my light and temperature, Sylvester explained while he diligently crafted the bomb. Is this your wide-area destruction move you talked about? She asked him interestedly. Sylvester shook his head. However, a scheming smile was on his face, borderline evil. Oh, well, I can show you a mini version, but I will use the real one in the war. Its element of surprise is what will win us a great many things. I know it. Now that excited Lady Aurora like nothing else. But first, you must win against me. Are you ready? Sylvester rose to his feet with the solarium bomb in his hands. Prepare to cry, Aurora, but never forget I am your brother, and you shall have my shoulder to cry on forever. Chapter 231, Hunting a Soul Eater. Sylvester dug his feet firmly and erected a wall behind himself as well. He didn't wish to waste any momentum by being recoiled back. All right, catch it. He put his right palm beside his chest and let the wrath of heavens go out at full strength. Boom! Sylvester then aimed the solarium bomb he made with 10 solarium crystals and threw it in the path of his beam of light. Boom! The bomb blew up and intensified the light he released. If it was just a large beam of light before, now it was gigantic, being tens of meters in diameter. Its light shrouded the dark sky and made it appear like a day. The creatures of the night, close and far, hid away in fear of being purged as well. For Sylvester, this was exciting, but the same could not be said about Lady Aurora. Being on the verge of leveling up was less harmful or life-threatening than ranking up, so she had no fear about that. But she found herself lacking in fending off Sylvester's strongest move. In the past, in no books, no person like Sylvester had ever existed who harnessed the blessed light magic this way. Historically, most light magic users had been tame, calm, and merely preachers, for their talents could not be used in battles. So Sylvester's uniqueness usually leaves his opponents scratching their heads. One could easily fight any element. Water could quench the fire could blast earth, and air could harm all elements. But how does one even fight the light? Something that's intangible in most cases. Even if it's solid like Sylvester's, how does one neutralize it? Lady Aurora gritted her teeth while trying to stay standing in her place. The beam of light did feel very hot this time, and she felt it was burning her skin. But she didn't want to quit and put everything she had into resisting. To save her body from burning, she first covered it with a layer of mud she manipulated. It was good since she needed something that was conductive in nature, as her primary weapon of choice was electricity. She also planted her feet firmly into the ground with earth manipulation. After that, all she had to do was fight against the light and withstand it until it disappeared. No running away this time, she reminded herself. Boom! Sylvester increased the intensity from his side, giving it his all. He also panted and felt he'd faint at any moment, but he wanted to get Lady Aurora to level up at all costs that night. Whoosh! Good God, this is too harsh. Lady Aurora cursed in her place. She tried to survive the best she could. She created a layer of the earth again and again around herself. She also added water to earn some extra seconds of calm each time. On top of all that, she created an invisible field of a current to stop the beam of plasma-like light from touching her. Slowly, her strength drained out. She felt her eyes going heavy and her body becoming light. It had been a long time since she had exhausted herself this much, but at the same time, she enjoyed the feeling. 30 minutes. Sylvester kept going for as long as he could and even ate more solarium crystals to keep himself from falling. He needed Lady Aurora to be the first to fall, as that would mean she had exhausted every ounce of strength in herself after pushing out all she could. If this method to level up works well, then I should be able to do it multiple times, even with Felix and Gabriel. As long as I ensure I have money for solarium crystals, I can level up by pushing myself. But he held his thigh with his free hand and patted it. The pain had returned, and it annoyed him. I will need to do the procedure to remove the blood clot again. Thud. Sylvester's thoughts returned to the moment, and he stopped using his powers urgently. He rushed to Lady Aurora to check up on her as she had fallen face first into the dirt. Hey, you okay? Lady Aurora groaned tiredly and just showed a thumbs up without moving. She likely had no strength left to move even. He chuckled and helped her to sit back before putting a solarium crystal in her mouth. Here, it should get you revitalized slowly. Let's go. I will piggyback you to the village. He didn't waste much time before picking her on his back with his arms tucked underneath her thighs and making her hold his neck. She was heavy, but he was much taller than her, and it was not too hard. This is embarrassing, Lady Aurora muttered with a blush plastered on her mudded face. Sylvester didn't ridicule her. Well, don't worry. Brother will take care of his little sister. Just sit back and relax. For me, little sister, HMPH, I am stronger and older than you, boy. Just too tired right now. She slowly stopped speaking and let her body relax on his back, letting her head fall on his shoulder. It was a short journey. However, the night was particularly pretty, with the twin full moons shining in the night sky. It seemed a little rejuvenating for both of them. Are you worried about Mother Zavia? Lady Aurora asked. Sylvester sighed in silence. He'd be lying if he said he was not, as he had grown so used to being with her and caring for her. I love her as any son would, and I am angry as any son should be. She's my only family in this world, the only mother I ever had. In both lives. Of course, he could never speak some words aloud, but his feelings were genuine. In his past life, he never had a mother. She had abandoned him and his father when he was small, and then his father left him in a crowded fair, abandoning him. In this life, he finally had a mother who cared for him so much that she'd probably happily give her life for him if it ever came to that. It was this love and loyalty that he trusted and cherished above all. Lady Aurora's arms tightened around his neck. Don't worry, I will help you if you ever need it. I never had a loving family or a mother, but I feel if I ever had one, she would have been like Mother Zavia, kind, cute, and lovely. Clumsy as well, Sylvester added with a chuckle. Well, not everyone is a high-functioning big-brain psycho like you and me. Sylvester laughed louder. Haha, you big brain. Come on, sister, it's wrong to lie to oneself. Ah. She punched Sylvester's chest as that was within reach. HMPH, don't you badmouth your elder sister, or I will never train with you again. Sylvester scoffed. As far as I can see, the only one training someone has been me. You didn't even teach me a single new good move yet. Fine, I will teach you all I know after killing that soul eater. I just need a nap right now. She yawned loudly and closed her eyes. Did you level up? He asked her. But no more words came, as he soon felt Lady Aurora's breath on his neck. She had fallen asleep. Sylvester prepared for the fight the whole night, while Lady Aurora rested. The following day, he called the archpriest and the general to tell them his plan. His image among folks in the village had grown to be somewhat similar to a demigod by now. His hymns, his looks, and his wisdom usually left most people baffled. Not to mention, his invention helped the people in a way none had thought about. Due to all that, his orders were usually given the highest priority. So he told them to start shifting away from the monastery. He had no idea how long it would take him to defeat the demon or how far the mist would spread. The seven-light ritual was also completed, so now there was nothing to stop the mist. He gathered the people in front of the monastery and addressed them directly. Children of the faith, I am so proud of you, for you all came here to do what was right. You fought your inner demons of fear and came here to help against a real demon. I feel great pride to have worked with you, but at last the final chapter in this series of events is about to begin. Lady Aurora and I shall enter the mist and defeat the vile creature. So pray for us, pray for this land, pray that this monastery forever stands." He didn't sing any hymns for now as he was facing an urgency. But the people were already deep into the worship towards him, so he didn't need to sing. "May the holy light enlighten you," they all clamored again and again. Sylvester gave General Arnold and Archpriest Briley a nod before walking away with Lady Aurora. Isabella was staying behind, however, under the strict protection of the Inquisitors. Donned in their armors with Lady Aurora, he again reached the inner parts of the village, from where the toughest segment of the mist started. "So did you level up?" he asked her. Lady Aurora smirked. "See it for yourself." Boom! Once again, Lady Aurora used her power to create a storm of lightning that came out of the land instead. This time, it was faster and more intense. They punched holes into the dense, heavy mist and created various openings. Sylvester also prepared to use his power to help erase the mist. Boom! With the use of Solarium crystals, he could create multiple long tunnels into the mist without getting tired. Lady Aurora's work was the central part, however. "Haha, look at this, Sylvester. This is the ultimate power. I feel so good right now." She roared and continued to blast the land with lightning, shaking the very earth and leaving the ground red, burning. She had to keep doing it for 10 minutes before the mist cleared up for the most part. They finally saw the broken remains of a mansion in the distance at the top of the hill. "Ah, that's my home," the ghost of Amy chirped near Sylvester. "That's enough," Sylvester stopped Lady Aurora. "Conserve your energy now, let's start moving." With that, Sylvester held the spear ready in one hand, and Lady Aurora kept the sword. They also kept multiple rune schemes ready to be used in their free hands. A Solarium crystal was also resting in their mouths, ready to boost them if needed. This time they felt no pressure as the mist was gone. They slowly made their way up. Nothing interrupted them, though Sylvester could feel it. The bitter scent of death was overwhelming, and it was only increasing. "Amy, where is the monster?" Sylvester asked the little ghost. "Grrrr," a growling echo resounded out of nowhere. "Fuck, the mist is returning," Sylvester exclaimed as he saw the surroundings turning whitish again. "Grrrr," the growling returned again, and it was now so close that the two felt their hair stand. "Almighty Lord of Light, bless me with might in this fight." Sylvester started to chant the hymn, for he knew what awaited them. Lady Aurora's body also sparkled with lightning, her eyes narrowed, and her expression turned grave. "It's behind us, isn't it? When I say, use your strongest attack and jump to the sides," Sylvester instructed and kept singing, ensuring the halo shined brightest ever. "Let my sword plunge into this heathen's filthy heart. To your punishing arms, I shall have this vile soul depart." Boom! Chapter 232, Brother and Sister vs. Soul Eater. Sylvester dropped a Solarium light bomb on the ground without making much movement. "Jump!" he shouted and leapt to the side. Lady Aurora did the same and jumped to the other side. Boom! The bomb exploded, but the ear-shattering screams of the demon suppressed its explosion. The light seemed to affect the creature significantly, as it was still screaming by the time Sylvester stood up and faced it. However, Sylvester felt his feet freezing as soon as his eyes rested on the demonic monstrosity. It was gigantic, like a towering mountain in front of him. It had a giant blood-red body with no particular regular shape or form. It seemed like a tree root had come out of the ground and hovered in the air, with smaller roots still protruding out like tentacles. There was no specific shape of arms or legs, just a giant face. Its two big red eyes were looking left and right due to the bomb. Its mouth was akin to a mess, and only seemed full of uneven teeth of varying shape and position. In a true sense, this thing could be called a demon as it was so nightmarish. Sylvester kept his heartbeat calm as he focused on Lady Aurora. Start blasting lightning on it. Use your strongest moves." He too began using the Wrath of Heavens. Thankfully, the demon was too large. Hence, he could easily target its parts. Boom! His plasma-filled beam of light hit the creature right in the center of the face. At the same time, Lady Aurora's thunder started to fall from the sky like precise meteors. Each time they fell, they'd leave behind a big burning spot on the demon's body. Raya filth human. "It can speak," Sylvester muttered and rushed to meet with Lady Aurora. Staying together was the smartest option at the moment. Lady Aurora was worried, though. Our attacks did nothing to it. Sylvester was not panicking. "It's fine. Everything has a weakness. We just need to find it. I think you should start using your wide-scale attacks, like how Lord Inquisitor once destroyed mountains with one single move." "I can do that too, Sylvester, but this thing won't die with it and will only end up destroying the landscape. This is not a simple bloodline. This is a soul eater, the strongest and the most dangerous of all demons," she replied. Sylvester silently thought about the next move. Direct attacks were of no use from the looks of it, and the mist was also returning. With mist, the air was going to become more pressurized, making them slow and an easier target for the demon. "Duck," he shouted. The demon started to use its branch-like tentacles to hit them. However, what Sylvester noticed was something that brought a possible hypothesis. "It's not moving a lot, Aurora." She also focused while carefully dodging the tentacles. "Is it protecting something?" Sylvester thought about the same thing. Does it have some sort of an extended piece of body dug inside the ground? Perhaps its core or something, or maybe the key from which the demon was summoned. Boom! Sylvester jumped back to distance himself from the demon and Lady Aurora, for he wished to speak with Mirage. "Chonky, can that demon see you?" I don't think so. Only Amy can see me." "Good. I will give you a small window in which I will make the demon immobile. In that time, you are to run near the demon, take a look at what's underneath it, and run back to me." "Okay," he plotted the plan. I make see." Sylvester was amazed by Mirage's resolve. He does not even question or show fear for what I just asked him to do. Does he trust me so much that he believes I won't ever let any harm come to him? Mirage was right if he thought that. He loved the good boy and would never let any harm come to him. There was no doubt about it. "Good, when I say go, you run. Now stand on my shoulder and watch me." He instructed and took out 2 Solarium light bombs. "Lady Aurora, catch." He threw one at her and prepared one for himself. "Use fire magic, not lightning. Demons are usually afraid of light and fire magic, while your thunder is good but it's too precise." He lied to her, as he knew that her thunder was much more devastating, enough to kill him if struck directly. But he only needed to blind the demon for now. "Ground or the sky, where you came from. You can try, but to fire and light, you shall succumb." Sylvester started to sing the hymn and prepared the wrath of heaven. Boom! He matched his attack to go at the same time as Lady Aurora's. She was using a concentrated beam of fire using fire and an air elemental rune. "Raya, filthy magic," the demon cried in its loud, groaning voice. "Go," Sylvester signaled. Mirage launched from Sylvester's shoulder like he was lightning itself. Focused, speed, flexible, and mighty. The words described the furry white cat accurately. Whoosh! Meow! Mirage jumped over the various branch-like tentacles and made his way. The demon was blinded by continuous attacks from Sylvester and Lady Aurora, so it was busy. But in its groaning rage, it was also slamming the tentacles randomly. "Nio!" Mirage cried when he found a thin tentacle getting a hold of him. "Grrr!" But the boy was strong despite his small size and quickly chewed through the tentacle and kept running right towards the danger. No fear, only determination. Mirage had decided to become an essential part of Sylvester's fight. After all, he had adopted Sylvester. Whoosh! Jump! Murrej ate through several tentacles in his quest. What was just 5 seconds seemed like an eternity. But eventually, Murrej did reach underneath the demon to look. Then, a few seconds later, he turned around and made his way back. This was, once again, a straining battle, and Murrej had to be careful. Since now his back was facing the demon, he could not look back. "Jump!" Sylvester shouted. Murrej did so and narrowly dodged a tentacle swinging low to the ground. Then, 5 seconds later, the furry boy made the last leap and climbed onto Sylvester's shoulder. He was panting like never before, but also had a proud smile, likes of which never seen before. "Retreat!" Sylvester roared to signal Lady Aurora. With that, the two regrouped away from the demon. At the same time, Murrej was telling everything to Sylvester in his ears. "Makesy, it's very ugly in there. I saw a big single root going into the ground, and the entire root had big transparent egg-like orbs, inside which I saw white people from head to toe, just like Amy." "Souls?" Sylvester thought of the first thing. Of course, a soul eater eats the souls and uses them to get stronger by absorbing the powers. This explained how it absorbed and utilized the strength of all the souls it devoured. But for the creature to be this strong, it had to have taken the soul of someone brilliant. And that puzzled him because, as far as he knew, there had never been any expert born or living in this village. "Sylvester, what now?" Lady Aurora reached near him and asked. "I can try using the wide area destruction spells. I can summon a single bolt of lightning from the sky that will obliterate anything and everything in a radius of 300 meters and leave behind nothing but sand-turned glass. But that move will leave me completely drained." Sylvester thought about it. Even if she does it, can it kill the creature? Because unless the key that created the demon is purified, the demon shall remain. Not to mention, it has souls kept imprisoned. "No, we don't need to do so. I have learnt that the demon is connected with a single main root that contains the cocoons of the souls of the fallen. We must cut that root to kill the demon and free the souls." He proposed a simple plan. This was what they were waiting for, a weakness. "Fine, I'll do it." Lady Aurora decided unilaterally, as she was the strongest of the two, no matter if it was about being a knight or a wizard. Sylvester didn't know if he should let her go, but the logical mind did tell him that he should, since she was much stronger than him. "Her strength is among the top of the clergy. I stand nowhere near her." "Fine then, I will give you a backup, my sister. Go and kick its ass or whatever it has." He cheered her on and took out multiple solarium crystals. "Crush them in your mouth and recuperate." She did so and started planning. First of all, she activated various knightly runes all over her armor, creating a faint blue shield all over the armor. Then, she lifted her sword and initiated some incantations under her mouth that made the sword shine in red. "Provide backup, Sylvester," she requested and took a long breath. "Let's do it." Whoosh! She was fast, too fast for normal eyes. But Sylvester could vaguely follow her ever since he had ranked up while fighting the Shadow Knight. Boom! He, too, threw various solarium light bombs at the demon, while also creating elemental fireballs to launch at the demon's eyes. Raja! Lady Aurora easily sliced through the tentacles as if her sword was a hot knife on butter. She also punched the various tentacles repeatedly, securing her free movement. She was faster than Murrej and in no time reached under the demon beside the root. After that, she started slashing her sword at the root, thicker than 10 meters, wider than most trees out there. Clank! But her sword was ineffective on it and sounded like it was hitting a stone instead. But even a stone was not supposed to be a problem for her strength. "Ha!" she continued and used all her strength. First, she charged her body with electricity and sent it to the sword. Then she also used the only few solarium crystals in her mouth. Whoosh! In a shining move, she struck with full might. Yes, finally a cut. She cheered at the sight of a deep gash. But as she tried again, no more gashes appeared. That made her realize the grave situation she was in. Only Solarium crystals were effective. I don't have any more crystals. She still kept trying to cut it in a rage. However, no groaning voice of the creature came. All that did resound with the shining swings of her sword was a curse. Fuck Sylvester, the souls can also. Boom! A fiery, cloudy explosion appeared underneath the demon, near the roots. God damn it! Where did she go? Outside, Sylvester was bombarding the creature with the wrath of heaven while staring at Lady Aurora. He could not see her clearly, even less when the shining explosion came. His heart slowly sank as he felt the smell of death intensify excessively. Where is she? What was she trying to say? Raise ha ha ha. Sylvester jumped back quickly, as the demon threw all its tentacles around as if in ecstasy. But what next appeared destroyed all hope Sylvester had. No, no, no. Why can it manipulate electricity now? Did it devour he fuck? That would mean the demon has gained her strength. Chapter 233, Battle of Ender Village. Intense sparks of lightning scattered around the demonic giant body of the monster. It was laughing and enjoying the surge of power it had just received. Sylvester's heart was beating fast and strong, for he knew the situation had turned from just bad to a calamity. The demon was flapping its tentacles all around in madness. What was it feeling? It was unknown, but it was laughing for sure. Its big red eyes also shone simultaneously, and its size seemed to increase. Raya cut its Sylvester was alerted by that growl of the demon. Was it addressing him and telling him to cut it? At that, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Is it possible that Lady Aurora's soul is so strong that she is fighting to stay alive and killing it from inside? Then that would mean the demon is not yet as strong as her. What a mad woman, Chanki! Give me all the solarium light bombs. He roared and started chanting. The runes on his old and rusty armor were already activated to provide physical protection. Boom! The demon threw its more enormous tentacles at him, slamming them onto the ground. But dodging them was not going to help, as each strike also let out a giant shockwave of lightning, spreading all around. Fuck! He jumped into the air and used the light step to stay above the ground. Lady Aurora, if you can hear me, then please keep the creature distracted. I will kill it, he tried to communicate. Graya! Instantly, the demon cried loudly as if it faced some sort of attack. I hope it's Lady Aurora's doing. He looked back, picked up all the solarium light bombs and tied them around his body. Mirage, stay back. Feed me the crystals if I lose too much blood and energy. Mirage seriously nodded. Got it, Makesy, please don't die. Sylvester smirked. I never planned to die, Chanki. Of course, Sylvester had already devised a plan to beat the demon. So even though he didn't know why Lady Aurora was physically unsuccessful, all he could hope now was that his light would be adequate. Thud. Boom. The tentacles kept on slamming down on Sylvester, as the demon tried to fight Lady Aurora internally, and Sylvester physically. Now! Sylvester found an opportunity and rushed forward. He jumped over various small craters and tentacles. Bam! Gah, fuck! He cursed as a tentacle suddenly held his foot and swung him into the air. Sylvester tried to free himself and used his spear to cut the tentacle apart. With his light magic easily imbued in it through the runes, he easily did it. Thud! He fell to the ground and without waiting again rushed towards the root. But he noticed that even when the demon was in agony, its focus was on him, trying to stop him at all costs. Boom! Once again, another tentacle got a hold of him, this time coming out of the ground and swinging him vigorously. It threw him away from itself instead of trying to harm him. I need to take its ability to see. He decided on a whim and changed his direction of attack. Instead of rushing towards the root, he jumped from one tentacle to another, trying to reach the main body of the demon. Behind his head, a halo shined. On the one hand, the spear was aligned. On the other was a light magic rune appearing well-defined. Ayig. The demonic monster was screaming the whole time. It appeared that Lady Aurora was successfully hurting it. That also gave enough time to Sylvester. He jumped and made his way all the way to the eyes. Once he reached closer, he launched his spear at full power, its tip burning with fire. Boom! The sound barrier was easily broken, as evident by the loud sonic boom. It traveled in a straight line and, with complete precision, plunged into the demon's left eye. Raja! Sylvester was not done. He knew the demon would go mad now and focus on him entirely, even if Lady Aurora heard it. So he decided to create a lot of decoys. In an instant, his body started shining with light magic, covering him from head to toe. He then proceeded to create light clones, the same thing he once used on Lady Aurora. Soon, a dozen clones appeared, all made of pure light magic. They were so bright that the entire area illuminated and made the demon cry in fear, enough that it started to retract its tentacles. I'll take it. Sylvester climbed closer to the face of the demon and leapt across it, pulling back the spear and then landing on the ground, though he wasted no time and focused back on the other eye. He charged the spear with fire, so its tip was deadly, and at the same time he used air runes imbued on the spear's body to make it go at its maximum speed. Boom! Again, the spear plunged right into the other eye of the demon, effectively blinding it. Gra filth, leave me. Sylvester ignored the screams and rushed towards the root without wasting a moment. He tried to be in hate as he had no idea if the demon could heal itself, though it was still frantically slamming its tentacles around, but now they were predictable as they didn't seem to react to his presence. He reached his waist and started activating all the Solarium light bombs slowly, but he didn't throw them away yet as he wished to protect Lady Aurora's body first. SHH. He slid below the demon and eventually arrived near the root. The place was not surrounded by as many tentacles, but it had dust blowing around due to the frantic demon. He quickly used simple air elemental magic to blow away the dust and see everything carefully. There she is. He rushed to Lady Aurora's body as it rested on the ground without any visible wounds on her. You owe me one again. Sylvester tried to pick her up and take her to safety. In that task, the clones were supposed to help by acting like a light shield. They were to keep the tentacles away from him as his speed would slow down significantly. I hope she can return to the body after defeating the creature. SSAV us. Help. But all of a sudden, he heard some voices from behind. He faintly recognized them from the first time he had entered the mist. He turned around and noticed the large orbs that Murrej had talked about. Inside the orbs were various ghost-like figures of people. At the top, the front, was the figure of a tiger beastkin, thumping his claws at its prison. How deep does this root go for it to contain the souls of all the inquisitors as well? Rah! The demon raged continuously, and its shining bolts of lightning were ever increasing, revealing it was growing stronger. Sylvester looked at Lady Aurora's body in his arms. Forgive me, but I will have to throw you out. He swung himself in a circular motion and soon released Lady Aurora outside. Her body flew like a rag doll and soon fell far away, where the demon could not reach her. Now it's time to chop some roots. He held the spear and started throwing around the Solarium light bombs. They were now like ticking time bombs as they shined brightly. SSSAV us. I am saving you. Shut up now. He bellowed and continued to prepare for his major move. Bam! Bam! Fuck! Sylvester cursed and hurried. The demon was getting out of control, as evident by the lightning it was now aiming underneath itself on Sylvester. Soon after, one of them struck Sylvester point blank, right on top of his back. "Arg, damn it, this is not good," he cursed as he felt his clothes burning and his body suffering from a deep burning wound. Boom! Another strike fell on him, injuring him more, though he quickly took out some solarium crystals and ate them to keep his body in a good state in magical terms. His goal was to place the solarium crystals around the whole root and then activate them simultaneously, so he could channel all that power into his spear's strike. It took him merely a few seconds, but they still felt like hours. But finally, he was done as he aimed his spear's blade at the root. Here goes everything, Haya. He used all the physical and magical strength his body could muster. The spear's tip shined as 3 layers of bright white rune schemes appeared. At the bottom of the spear, 2 more layered runes appeared, pale white this time, blowing out air and trying to push the spear as strongly as possible. Sylvester's feet got locked on the ground as he used earth magic to dig himself in the dirt. "Why can do it?" "Yes." The faint whispers of the souls resounded louder this time, as they expectantly saw him try to defeat the demon. "Haya." As the lightning got stronger, he shouted in rage and pain. Boom! Just at that moment, all 30 solarium light bombs exploded at the same time. The light they produced was blinding, to say the least. They were so bright and intense that every ounce of mist remaining in the entire village got washed away. They even burned all the garments Sylvester had on his body. It was so bright that for miles and miles away, it was visible as a shining dot. For the free inquisitors and villagers, the scene was that of God's grace. They simply fell to their knees and prayed, for they could feel the warmth of it. Die. The demon was in excruciating pain as it shook intensely from the burning light, its bane. Sylvester's focus, however, was on the root. His spear plunged into the root with full might and added weight from the bombs. His hymns were muffled, but they echoed loudly. For every poison, there is an antidote. For your vile sins, face the smote. Cry as my spear tears you apart. Growl as your soul prepares to depart. The demon went berserk and screamed so loud that Sylvester couldn't even feel himself singing. Its screams reached lands far and beyond easily, spreading dread to all those who heard, for this was the strongest of all demons. Begone, filth, for that is your destiny. Hear my hymns and burn in their melody. Face the consequences of making me an enemy. Boom! The spear pierced through the root and plunged deep into it. It tore everything apart and severed the connection between the souls and the demon's main body. Thud! Sylvester, however, fell to his knees as he lost all strength. The thunder had ceased to fall, but the damage on him was not small. Haya! Sylvester roared as he pushed his body for the last stab. And with that, like muscles, the roots got completely severed apart. Newell! The demon's roars first increased and then slowly diminished, for its end had come. Its own biology was its bane. In agony it writhed profusely, but there was nowhere to flee. But to Sylvester, his eyes, arms, and legs felt heavy. Too great was the pain as the wounds were many, too high was the price levied. He hoped that if anything was left, Lady Aurora could solve, for he had done all he could, going beyond what his physique allowed. He now merely hoped to have some rest endowed. Si Chunky was the last call before his fall. Chapter 234, What Now? What would you do if you had the power to do anything with a snap, Max? What a silly question, Felix. I'd immediately erase myself from everyone's mind and go somewhere secluded with my mum. There I'd grow my own food, chop my own wood, and be at peace. That's crazy. No world domination, not becoming a god, not getting all the pretty ladies. Too much work and stress in that. Why be a god of someone else when you can be your own god? Anyway, go to sleep now. We have work tomorrow. A random exchange with his friend passed through Sylvester's mind as he slowly felt his senses returning to the body. He felt strong wind brushing past his skin, and there was also the warmth of the solarium. He hummed while trying to wake up. So you woke up. Don't worry. I will carry you to the village as you did for me the last time. Sylvester was alerted as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his view was the pleasant face of Lady Aurora, vibrant as always with a kind smile. But I carried you on my back. You have me in a Princess Carey, and why am I still naked? She chuckled and kept walking while looking at his face. You're not naked. I did cover your crotch with a cloth. Also, you had too many injuries all over your body. So don't worry, my little blondie brother. Big sister will have you healed in no time. You. Sylvester jolted into her arms and shoved himself away. He fell to the ground and started vomiting almost instantaneously, though he cursed loudly as only blood came out of his mouth. Damn that Shadow Knight. Did the blood clot spread further? I need to find a magic healer fast, one who can keep a secret. Lady Aurora helped him by patting his back. What happened? What did the Shadow Knight do? Nothing. He changed the topic as he cleaned his mouth. What happened after I fell? She scoffed. You fell. No, it was the demon who fell. Though it was troublesome for me, and not to mention, I nearly got my soul erased. After you severed the root, the demon lost all its powers, but it still had some leftovers in its body. At that point, I realized I was stuck in it as the root was disconnected. So I had to fight for my soul's survival by killing the remaining parts of the demon. I was like a caterpillar eating the fruit from inside. Eventually, I finished it and freed myself before returning to my body. Why, you ate a demon? Sylvester glanced at her in doubt. There ought to be some side effects. She shrugged. I don't know. Only time will tell, and I will get myself checked once we return to the Holy Land. But first, let's savor the taste of victory. We have killed a soul eater, Sylvester, an X-class demon. This alone is enough to get public recognition in the church as we save the world from the calamity that the ninth pope faced centuries ago. What about the souls? He asked weakly. Pop. Whoosh. Thank you, Lord Bard. We're free because of you. Sylvester looked around himself and noticed 6 ghostly bodies hovering nearby. Most of them were tiger beastkins. Some had no fur on their body but fluffy tails and ears instead. Some had furry bodies with no tails or ears. They were a mix of every possible outcome when a beastkin and a human mingled. But they were all dead, and Sylvester could guess who they were. The family of that traitor beastkin. How did you get trapped in the first place? He asked them, alerting Lady Aurora as she realized he was talking to ghosts. She, too, put her hand on him and looked around. The souls appeared saddened as one of them spoke to him. She was a woman, old and with features of a real tigress. My husband, poor Elian. In his wrath, he likely used magic he didn't know the consequences of. The Soul Eater resided under our house for centuries, locked and secured. Elian just let it come out by giving his own blood and soul in return for the promise of vengeance. Sylvester sighed, understanding it was an artificial catastrophe. Does that mean Elian now has his soul back? The woman's ghost nodded. Maybe. When he left that time, he was in a berserk state. Perhaps now he will return to senses and come back, for we are still stuck in this world. Lady Aurora chimed in. Stuck? What do you mean? We can't have you all turn into creatures of the night. The woman agreed. Nor do we wish to, but we don't know what to do, where to go, or what must happen. We're confused and angry. Sylvester wondered what he could do and tried to look for answers in the various books he had read in his time. As far as I know, the only reason the souls of people that remain behind go foul is either for vengeance or a strong, unfulfilled desire related to anything. I think I know what should set you all free, So don't go anywhere and stay by my side. We shall soon head to the Baron who wronged you and bring him to justice." He spoke to them in an apologetic tone. He didn't cause harm to them personally, but he was associated with the organization that took everything from these innocent people. And for what? Lady Aurora also reciprocated that feeling. "I apologize for what happened. None can reverse the time and fix what went wrong, but we sure can ensure the name of your family is spread far and wide in good faith, and those of the heathens are known for treachery." Sylvester then stood up and adequately wrapped the cloth around his waist before he started walking on his own. This was a tough battle. If we had failed, I can't even imagine the destruction it would have caused. The demon realm sure seems like the worst enemy of the faith in our reality. "Sadly, we don't consider it as that," Lady Aurora said. "Demons are rare, and they need to take over someone's body or soul first to take form. There are too many restrictions." But Sylvester didn't underestimate it. "But they are still hell-bent on reaching our world. It's only a matter of time before they figure something out. Perhaps we should also start investing in anti-demon magic research. They likely do it already, just without too much interest. Anyway, let's go. I feel tired right now. I can really use a good bath and some food." Sylvester could agree with that wholeheartedly. Though he wondered, "I wonder if everyone else also woke up." Well, as per Sylvester's orders, before he left to deal with the demon, all the saline bottles and needles were to be removed from the bodies. This was so that when people woke up, they didn't end up harming themselves due to shock. Everyone had left the monastery by the time the bright light started to rise from deep inside the village. The mist had gone away, and many could see the faint form of a giant monster at the top of the hill at the edge of the village, near the cliff. Rows upon rows of unconscious bodies were resting on the ground as the inquisitors and the remaining villagers set up the tents. Wives sat beside the bodies of their husbands. Parents sat beside the bodies of their children. Inquisitors sat beside their brothers in arms. But all remained on their knees and prayed to the Lord and the bright light shining. "Mum." Suddenly, a woman heard the voice of her little son, a voice she had longed to hear for so long. She quickly opened her wet eyes and hugged the boy. But a look around revealed she was not the only blessed one. Every unconscious body slowly rose up. Some old ones found it hard due to weakness, but most woke up. With that, many tears of joy and cheers of praise echoed. They did it. General Arnold took a breath of relief and fell back. He was planning on leading the army if no clear result appeared. Slowly, the camp was overtaken with activities. People ran around to prepare watery porridge for those who woke up. Sylvester had already instructed them not to feed them anything too fatty or hard to digest, or they'd die from it. Most didn't understand the reasoning behind his words, but they accepted his command since he was the wise bard. Eventually, a few hours after the explosion of light in the village, two figures appeared on the horizon, coming towards the village. The Inquisitor moved fast with their stagecoach, having prepared for all scenarios. "Please sit in this." They quickly opened the door and let Sylvester and Lady Aurora sit down. Inside the stagecoach, there was also a healer who had brought some healing ointment potion. Sylvester was not mortally injured since only a few deep burn wounds were visible on his back and shoulder. Instead, he was merely tired and in pain from the blood clot in his leg. In no time, amidst all the fanfare, Sylvester arrived at the temporary camp. A large tent was already set up for him to rest. But as he walked towards it, the people gathered all around him. It even included those who had just woken up. They all kept their heads down in respect while simultaneously chanting one of his hymns. It was mesmerizing, to say the least. Their combined voices were melodious and awe-striking. Sylvester appreciated it, as such moments proved that his actions worked as he wanted, that he was gaining influence on minds. "The village is safe now. The demon is gone," he announced loudly. May the Lord enlighten our futures." "Amen," the people boomed. Sylvester then proceeded to his tent with Lady Aurora. However, the general was waiting for him there. "Did we lose any men?" Sylvester questioned the first thing. General Arnold nodded with a sad face. "Your treatment was definitely great, but sadly, as soon as a few old ones woke up, their bodies died from a heart attack. The eldest 100 among the villagers have died this way." Sylvester sighed and proceeded inside. "I expected this much. Ensure that their bodies are properly burnt. We don't want a bloodling to rise here later." Thud. Grand Crusader Sylvester Maximilian. Words from Inquisitor High Lord. Sylvester turned around and looked. A man in an Inquisitor knight's clothing had appeared. "At last, what's the word?" The knight spoke without looking Sylvester in the eye. "Archpriest, you are to remain here as Lord Inquisitor is coming to see you. He wishes to speak with you directly regarding the events surrounding the High Lady murder conspiracy." "What happened now? Can't I catch a break and have a good night's sleep?" Sylvester cursed in the head. "Understood, but please return and tell the Lord Inquisitor to change routes and meet me at Baron Karl Rockwood's keep. I shall be there to punish the Crusader army that committed the highest order of heresy." The knight saluted before turning around to leave. "Understood, Archpriest." Left with the others, Sylvester again moved into the tent and rested on the bed. "I will be going to sleep and get some rest. General, start preparing to move out. It's time we erase the legacy of those who committed heresy. Prepare for Article 66. Chapter 235. Meeting Lord Inquisitor. By evening, the people started to return to the village and clean the streets or their homes. The monastery remained untouched for the most part, so the Inquisitors also helped the people. This was done by the order of General Arnold, as he believed in keeping the community united and happy with the faith, especially after the whole Crusade ordeal. Sylvester required a night's rest at least to get his energy back and heal the wounds to some extent. The one good thing about his strange body was that it recovered abnormally quickly. He rested in a room in the monastery, awaiting the Inquisitors to prepare to march. He didn't sleep, however, and kept looking at the ceiling and various beautiful carvings. The monastery was truly built with love for God and money, provided by a family that was killed in the name of the same God. "How do I get my body fixed now? I don't know any great healer that's independent, good, and can keep a secret. I can't have anyone take my blood either. Makesy, look what I found in the demon's house with Aurora." Murad returned from his little excursion with Lady Aurora and jumped onto his chest. Sylvester patted the head of Murad. "I hope you were discreet at following her. Now show me what you got." Sylvester sat up straight and took the little golden chain with a locket from Murad. He opened the locket and was surprised. Such fine craftsmanship. Who even painted such a miniature family picture? "Ah, Dad." Amy's ghost was around, as was the rest of the Mizar family. He looked closer and noted all the features of the family. In the middle was a strong, tall tiger beastin, likely the patriarch Elian. Beside him was the rest of the family with little kids at the front. They were all smiling so happily. "This is depressing," he thought and put it in his pocket. "Let's get ready now. I don't want Lord Inquisitor to wait for me. Chunky, you are to remain with me now. No excursions and no stealing bananas." "What? But I never stole a banana." Sylvester glared into Murad's eyes and shut him up. Murad lowered his head. "It was just one banana from the kitchen. You were sleeping and I was hungry." Sylvester patted his head and gave him another strategic banana from his strategic reserves. "That's why I'm not angry. But never steal when you can have something legally. It's a slippery slope otherwise." "But we take so much money from others," Murad argued. Sylvester caressed Murad's chubby cheeks and grinningly replied, "Chonky, that's called charitable donation towards the betterment of mankind." Murad's eyes shined before he proudly raised his chin. Really? Then I do banana charity. That Nyahaha, Makesy, I am not dumb. Murad laughed with a few bursts of meowing and a big toothy wide mouth. Sylvester shook his head and went to take a bath. Murad was too unpredictable for even him, as his chaotic brain sometimes seemed too bright and sometimes too naive. Soon he got ready and put on full armor as his martial duties were still not done. He cleaned his spear and checked the remaining crystals before leaving the room. The ghosts also followed him behind. Sylvester walked to the main hall of the monastery first, where at the end of the long hall, a giant replica of the sun was kept. He prayed to it in front of all the other clergymen and went outside. The Inquisitor camp was set up right outside the monastery, but now it was all empty as everything had been packed. The air felt fresh now, and the village was returning to normal. Not much damage was done to most of its parts other than the hill where the Mizar family used to live. The hill was obliterated and appeared like farmland with a lot of garbage. Move, we must reach the Baron's keep by evening. General Arnold ordered an army of 10,000 soldiers. Sylvester walked over and joined him. How far is the Baron's keep? It's near the Iron Mountains, not too far from here. I hope the Shadow Knight isn't camping there. Then we should hurry up. I will go and bring Lady Aurora. By breakfast, the long convoy of Inquisitors was ready and set to go. There were about 200 carriages carrying all the supplies. Now they were empty, however. Then there were 8,000 horses. Sylvester, Isabella, and Lady Aurora also got on their horses and led the convoy with the general at the front. You will likely receive the news of the fate of the Baron soon enough, Archpriest. Please hold a small cleansing and purification ritual at the previous residence site of the Mizar family after that. Sylvester addressed Archbishop Briley. The Archpriest bowed his head after a nod. I will, Lord Bard. I must also thank you for saving the people of this village. We are all indebted to you and Lady Aurora. For as long as this village shall survive, every generation will remember your name. We will make sure of it. Sylvester shrugged. It's not as important to remember the name of the bard as are the bard's hymns about the Lord. As long as my hymns live, we shall live too. The Archpriest, 2 bright mothers and a few villagers nearby bowed their heads respectfully and saw the convoy of Inquisitors move out slowly. It was so long that it took minutes for the last men at the back to pass the monastery, though the road was going to be wider soon and the speed would pick up. Not to mention, the church gets the right of the way. Archpriest Briley watched as the last shadow of them disappeared. His heart felt somewhat overwhelmed by Sylvester, a man so young, yet so strong and wise. If it's the hymns we must remember, perhaps we can create a large cluster of marble sculptures to honor the Mizar family, Lady Aurora and Lord Bard. We should etch some hymns on it too. Brilliant idea, Archpriest, the 2 bright mothers chirped. But how big should it be? A villager asked. Archpriest rubbed his chin while wondering. It should definitely be large, or else it would be disrespectful. I hope it's good news this time, Sylvester muttered as they moved toward Baron Carl Rockwood's keep. If it were good news, then the Lord Inquisitor wouldn't be here to tell it personally. Lady Aurora instantly ruined all the hope Sylvester had. Of course, he knew it too, but ignorance was bliss, and for that moment in time, he wanted nothing but some calm. Thank you for ruining my mood. I guess I will play the violin to pass some time. The scenery is excruciatingly boring here. On the road going through the plain and vast farmlands, Sylvester started playing music. The Inquisitors close to him felt their hearts at peace and minds relaxing just from hearing him. That was nothing magical. It was just what music did to people, especially if played masterfully. However, Sylvester didn't sing this time as there was no topic. He just played some great violin pieces from his past life, such as Mozart's Ein kleine Nachtmusik. Search on YT. A Mozart ein klein Nachmusik violin solo, Roman Kim. It was just the beginning of the summer season, and the season of solis was around the corner. So, the summer heat was starting to build up, but the cold breeze of spring was still lingering and making everything calm and relaxed. The butterflies on the sides of the roads and the crackling of many insects melted in with the melody to energize the mood of all those nearby. No words were spoken for fear of disturbing the music, but all felt like closing their eyes and enjoying the literal song of nature, warmth, joy, and spring. Sylvester had his eyes closed, though. Frost, the good horse. He was a loyal servant and knew where to go. Not to mention, the horse enjoyed the music too, as evident by his rhythmic trotting while shaking his head. As for Muraj, the furry boy was sitting on Sylvester's head of all places, enjoying the blonde hair like it was a bed. He had his eyes wide open, looking at the road while his paws were extended in 4 directions as if he had melted in his seat. "Makesy, you're the best, ha," Muraj whispered and yawned cutely. Sylvester chuckled and slowly played music all the way with a few intervals of talking with the others. In one single trip, he surely calmed his and Lady Aurora's nerves. Meanwhile, Isabella was reminded of her happy childhood, which prompted a smile on her face. Eventually, before the evening came, they reached the Baron's keep. It was not too big, being just a tiny castle in the middle of the farms. There was no moat around it or a town. It was a simple standalone castle with not many high towers. But there were 1,000 men in Inquisitor armors, standing outside the castle with their armored horses. "So the Lord Inquisitor has arrived," Sylvester muttered as he put the violin away. "I hope we're not too late." Thud. "Lord Bard, may the holy light enlighten us." 1,000 Inquisitors saluted Sylvester firmly. Sylvester was used to that by now. The Inquisitors were always fanatical about him and considered him their own brethren, a part of their department. So he saluted back and proceeded into the castle with Lady Aurora. General Arnold and Isabella remained behind to manage the army. As Sylvester entered, he found there were 1,000 more men. They were not in armor and instead donned various tunics and pants. These must have been the Crusaders who attacked Ender village. I hope it's all of them, he thought, and didn't spare them a glance. In his mighty armor and spear in hand, he soon followed the Baron's prima into the great hall of the keep. Most of the furniture inside the castle was made of wood, and even that seemed very old and rotting. No wonder the Baron was lusting for the Mizar family's fortune. He realized, and soon saw Lord Inquisitor sitting on a grand chair. Sylvester respectfully bowed his head. "May the holy light enlighten us, Lord Inquisitor," Grand Crusader reporting. "Ped." Lord Inquisitor stood up, shocking Sylvester. The man had the same old rageful and scary vibe along with the smells, but then the big man patted Sylvester's arms, back and head. "You fought a soul eater and survived unscathed." Lady Aurora chimed in. "I nearly died, Lord Inquisitor, but we were able to defeat it somehow. My soul was taken for a few minutes while Sylvester received a lot of physical injuries, but in the end he somehow did it, ripped it apart from its core." The Lord Inquisitor nodded as he proceeded to pat Sylvester and Lady Aurora's shoulders. "I am immensely proud of you too. The strength you have shown will be remembered for years to come, for I am sure this was not the last of those vile demonic scum." Sylvester agreed and took a seat at the side. He didn't even greet the fat Baron. "Thank you, Lord Inquisitor. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Instantly, Sylvester smelled anger as if it was a burning fire. There was rage, disgust, hate, and hope too. It was something big. Sylvester knew it. "The issue with the Gracia Kingdom appears to have spree. Big brother Sylvester, save my dad. He's below the ground, I saw him." "What?" Sylvester stood up abruptly as he heard the ghost Amy's voice when she came out of the floor, looking all distraught. Chapter 236, A tiger's vengeance. Sylvester interrupted the Inquisitor High Lord and stepped away from his seat. "What happened, young bard?" Lord Inquisitor asked. Sylvester slammed his foot on the ground and heard the sound. You have a cellar underneath this hall." The Baron appeared taken aback by Sylvester's direct gaze and cold tone. He sweated a little and nodded. "Why, yes, great Lord Bard. We keep food and other items stored there." "I wish to inspect it. Take me there," Sylvester ordered as he picked up his spear as well. The Baron looked at Lord Inquisitor with a firm face, but it was clear that he was trying to push forward a strongman attitude to appear confident. Lord Inquisitor, why am I being treated like this after I so graciously agreed to entertain your men and your visit?" Thud. Sylvester punched the wooden table near the Baron and made a few cracks appear. "Silence, heathen. You are a volunteer of the crusade, and I, as the Grand Crusader, have the right to investigate you. Now do as I demand, or I will be forced to announce my judgment without looking." Inquisitor High Lord, please tell Lord Bard to stand back," Baron Rockwood cried and pleaded. But the Inquisitor High Lord stayed in his seat. "He is made Grand Crusader by the Holy Father. To hinder him, my rank does now allow, so I cannot stop him from fulfilling his vow." Sylvester appreciated the clarification and pressed onto the Baron a bit more. "Stand, Baron Rockwood. We don't have time to waste here. Take me to the cellar quick." The fat, tall, modestly clothed Baron stood up. His blue eyes appeared panicked, and his brown hair seemed drenched in sweat already. As the two walked out, Lady Aurora and Inquisitor High Lord followed. Lady Aurora even gave a brief report to Inquisitor High Lord about what transpired in the Ender village and the crimes of the Baron there. Soon they arrived at the cellar of the castle. It was large and seemed to have multiple floors. However, the Baron tried to act smart and only showed them the first floor. Sylvester pointed his spear at the man's neck. "You think we're fools? Take us to the deepest floor, or my spear shall meet your throat." "And no, my lord, I will take you." Sylvester kept the spear touching the Baron's back as a reminder that one wrong move could result in death, though he was knowingly stabbing it a little now, and then to make the Baron suffer. "Here, Lord Bard, this is the deepest floor." Baron stopped after opening a trapdoor that had some stairs going down. "What are you looking for, my lord? Perhaps I can help you." Sylvester patted the Baron's shoulder and moved in. "We're looking for your sins, Baron. Now stay silent, or I won't bother conducting a trial for heresy." There was no natural light or a provision for a torch in the space, so he used his right hand to create light. But at a look, all there seemed to be was junk. There were sacks full of various materials and a lot of discarded furniture, but Sylvester's senses told him a different story. The smell of rotten flesh is so strong here, not just sorrowful, but someone is utterly mentally broken. Why are there scratch marks on the floor, as if you just moved the furniture?" Sylvester asked, and started to move things around in the same pattern. The Baron tried to find excuses while visibly panicking. We just cleaned the place." Bam! Lady Aurora slammed the hilt of her sheathed sword on the Baron's head. "If that was the case, then the dirt and those scratch marks won't be on the ground. You are done for, you mad heathen. Stop lying." "Found it!" Sylvester suddenly exclaimed, and slid in through the narrow space between the furniture. Boom! Lord Inquisitor was too big for the space, though. So the big man simply tapped his metal staff once and turned all the furniture to ashes in a split second. The fire only appeared like a short spark. But none noticed it, as what was in front of their eyes was more shocking. There was a small metal cage made with solid bars, barely 4 feet wide and 7 feet tall. Inside it was a humanoid figure, a tiger beastkin, riddled with stab wounds all over the body. Even though the man had the furry head of a tiger, the emotions appeared clear. He was broken in mind and body. Perhaps the scars of the mind were more hurtful at the moment than those on the body. He was tortured, and that was evident as the cage was just big enough for the 7-foot-tall muscular beastkin. The man could not sit, turn around, or stretch his neck. Just looking at his condition was painful enough. Sylvester went ahead and opened the cage by cutting it. The beastkin didn't react much other than his eyes moving towards him. Mizar family, when I touch him you better start speaking with him, otherwise he might enter a berserk state. He spoke to the ghosts. Of course, only he could see them, so Lord Inquisitor and the Baron were confused. Bam! Sylvester cut the last bar and pulled the entire side off. It was the front side so the beastkin could walk out. Easy there, Elian. I am Sylvester Maximilian, and I am here to bring the Baron to justice, so his head will soon be rolling, I promise. Sylvester called him and at the same time started singing a slow hymn to produce the halo behind his head. Bam! But the tall beastkin fell forward. It was unknown how long the man was in that cage, so it was understandable that the legs had been affected. Sylvester caught him in a hug and helped him sit down. All the while, Elian showed no reactions, as if he was a living corpse. How broken is he to be in a state like this? Sylvester wondered and patted Elian's back. This was the first time he had come this close to a beastkin, but he didn't feel it was any different from an average human man. I ended the demon in Ender Village and freed the souls of your family. They are now here, Elian. You can help them pass over to the other side, or else they will one day become creatures of the night, evil spirits. Sylvester advised him. Why don't you greet Amy? Elian seemed to react after hearing the name as he left Sylvester's arms and looked around. There, he noticed a small hovering figure of a cute little girl with fluffy tigress ears. Amy? Elian rose and jumped to hug her. But as soon as he left contact with Sylvester, the figure disappeared, and all he felt was nothingness in his arms, instantly making him feel emptier. Before the tiger beastkin could enter his rage, Sylvester put his hand on the latter's shoulder. Only when you're in contact with me can you see them. Instantly, not only Amy, but the rest of the Mizar family also appeared there. They seemed to be worried for him and tried to say things to calm him down. Elian's furious eyes turned watery with that, and he silently wept, raising his hands to touch them, but only seeing them pass through the translucent bodies. Ped. Sylvester looked behind and noticed Lady Aurora and Lord Inquisitor putting hands on his shoulders as well. That way, they all saw what Elian was experiencing. Forgive me, please forgive me, Elian's heart-wrenching words echoed. The woman tigress beastkin came forward and shook her head. Dear, it wasn't your fault for what happened. None of us knew our lives would end that day. No one could have predicted it. We're simple mortals. You wouldn't have been able to stop them if you were there either. Elian shook his head and held his face with the claws in frustration. No, I could have. And I made you suffer even more by casting that vengeful magic without knowing it was a curse instead. Forgive me, Mila. I wasn't a good husband. I wasn't a good father. Mila came closer and tried to place her hand on Elian's shoulder. Again, you didn't know. You wanted vengeance. You wanted justice. Don't cry anymore, my love. What the Lord planned for us has already passed. No one could have altered the fate that was destined to happen since we were born. If anything, it's that heathen, that Baron who wronged us, not you. Elian silently looked down in defeat, his eyes bald with tears of losing everything. His parents, his wife, his daughter, his siblings, everything. He felt empty and had no idea what to even do now. What am I to live for without you all? Please, let me join you. No, Mila roared like the graceful tigress she was. If I could, I would have slapped you for saying that. Never think of doing such a thing, Elian. To kill oneself is a grave sin. You will never join us if you do so. No, you must live. You must live and see the world so when we meet again, we may see the world through your memories, please. Elian fell silent in a mental conflict. But just then, he felt the hand on his shoulder tighten. He had not seen the face of the man behind him carefully, so he turned around. Elian, you still have unfinished business. You have earned your vengeance, and the heathen has earned his punishment. Come, perform it so your family can be freed from this world's shackles. Elian noticed the strange halo behind the blond man's head. He couldn't help but feel even more emotional after seeing it, though his eyes soon darted towards Baron Rockwood, making the fat man shudder. Let's go out, Sylvester decided and left Elian's shoulder. Don't worry, they are still here. You can see them later. After that, without saying anything, Sylvester walked over to the Baron and grabbed the hair. Then he started dragging him out. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You dared sin. Now you must bear the fruit. No, the Baron tried to weakly fight Sylvester. Sylvester dragged him all the way outside the cellar, then through the castle halls, and eventually out of the castle to the large open courtyard. Thud! He threw the Baron forward and clapped his hands clean. Inquisitors, place him in his spot. No, please, not my sons and wife. Baron cried aloud as he noticed the entire courtyard was full of men forcefully made to kneel with their hands and feet tied. There were 1,000 of them exactly. All were the Crusaders who joined the Baron in his crime. It was very noisy as they cried, but behind every 5 men was an Inquisitor who would slam a stick on their heads to silence them. At the front was the family of Baron, a wife, 2 sons and their wives, kneeling similarly. Where is my trial? You cannot kill me without it. I know my rights, Baron screamed, his eyes turning red as death appeared unavoidable. Lord Inquisitor, this is injustice. Lord Inquisitor looked at Sylvester and asked, what are the articles? Article 66, as per the Crusader Charter of 5117. Sylvester instantly replied. Inquisitor High Lord nodded and looked at the Baron. Crusader Charter allows Article 66 against Crusaders caught committing heathenous acts. As I said, I am but a mere observer, so do not expect from me any favor. No, please, the Baron cried madly, his whole family and the Crusader army as well. But Sylvester instead walked over to Elian. Take this sword and realize your vengeance, for there is no room for repentance. Proceed as you wish and punish them for heresy, for they all now sit here at your mercy. Chapter 237, Promise of a Father. Elian's eyes shined in a dangerous yellow light. Of course, this was the reason he came looking for the Baron in the first place. So he clutched his sword in hand and stepped closer to the Baron. You killed my daughter, you killed my wife, you took everything away from me. Why should only I suffer? Azagnu. I heard GHK. Elian didn't swing the sword at the Baron, but instead at the Baron's eldest son, who was part of the crusade as well, and one of the decision-makers on that ominous day. Wanting to inflict maximum physical and mental pain, Elian purposefully struck sloppily in places that wouldn't kill instantly. The first strike was on the left shoulder, and the second was on the right. In a gory mess, the shoulder got cut but not completely. As the blood oozed out with giant open wounds and visible bones, the shoulders appeared hanging by just the little remaining pieces of flesh and muscles. Father, help, the man cried. But Elian had no mercy for them. The Inquisitors, too used to such scenes, simply stood in their places and kept the crowd silent. Sylvester and the rest didn't move either and just watched. Thud. Finally, Elian struck the skull with a straight-down vertical strike. He hit the blade at the center with enough strength to chop the body in half. Brain matter, intestines and much more spread out in an ugly and smelly mess. But Elian was not done. He moved to the other son, younger but a monster nonetheless. I heard you tortured my brother's wife. Merely 17 and yet so vile. Whoosh. He swung his sword masterfully from a distance. Only the tip of the blade touched the man's face, but there were so many slashes that soon the face appeared to be thinly cut into 1,000 tiny pieces. Eyes, nose, mouth, everything was a mess. But the man was not dead, and since his throat was not harmed, the screams that echoed were blood-curdling. They scared the mightiest of the men sitting there as they foresaw dying similarly. After the screams started to subside, Elian made a sharp cut on the neck and beheaded the man, sending the head flying to the side, on the Baroness' lap, which made her scream like no tomorrow. Then finally, Elian came in front of Baron Rockwood. He didn't speak to him and simply threw his sword before showing his sharp tiger claws. "Arg, go to hell, fucking heathen," the Baron growled as he got lifted by the throat so easily. "You pests shouldn't have come to our lands. This land belongs to us humans." His words seemed to have irked Inquisitor High Lord as the big man walked closer while slamming his staff menacingly. "Congratulations, heathen. I shall now ensure that not even the record of your bloodline remains. None shall ever remember you in history. Die knowing that you caused the end of your centuries of ancestral rule over these lands. As for this land, it belongs to humans or not, as long as one has the name of Solis in mind. We're one and the same kind." Without any more exchanges, Elian stabbed one claw into the Baron's stomach, digging his sharp nails in. Bam! Then he stabbed the other hand so that both hands faced outwards. After that, he started applying pressure outward and ripping the Baron apart slowly. First, the intestines came out, then other organs. As the split became wider, the lungs hung down along with the heart. There was blood all over the ground and many drops fell on Elian, but he didn't seem to care as he finished his enemy. "Hasha!" Elian roared. Thud! Two sides of Baron Rockwood fell to the ground in an ultimate gore. Sylvester then stepped forward and addressed the three leftover women. "You three, either accept to live the rest of your lives as lowly peasants, or receive a dagger and bring yourselves to Solis' embrace." This was a standard procedure in cases of Article 66. The reasoning was straightforward and sensible. To leave a kin behind meant leaving cancer behind that could either stay dormant or take the form of a life-threatening disease someday. Sylvester threw 3 daggers at them and waited with folded arms. "I curse you," Baroness growled in rage. "May you receive the most painful death imaginably." Lady Aurora scoffed. "Should have shown that anger on your husband and sons, woman. Now either accept to become a peasant or kill yourself." The woman didn't speak more and stabbed the dagger into her chest. She had no reason to live after all. Her sons and husband were dead. However, she was a fool and stabbed herself wrong. So she didn't die, and an inquisitor had to come over to pierce her heart. After that were the 2 wives of the Baron's sons. They appeared as rageful as the woman earlier, but their eyes held defiance. Sylvester scoffed as he smelled the rage, anger, and hate. Don't make me do it." "Die." The 2 women tried to stand up with the dagger and run towards Elian to kill the beastkin. Thud! But they fell simultaneously as they found the back of their skulls pierced by 2 knives that Sylvester threw. At this point, he was a master with them, and with his strength, hurting ordinary folks was as easy as squashing an ant. "Elian, decide the fate of the Crusaders." Sylvester nudged the man. "Show me what you are, buddy. Are you now a mindless monster or a just and ruthless warrior?" Sylvester wondered from a distance. Of course, this was a test for the beastkin. Elian glanced at the massive crowd of 1,000 Crusaders. Most looked pale as a ghost, and some were sobbing hard. "Mr. Sylvester, may I speak with my family?" Elian asked all of a sudden. Interested, Sylvester walked behind Elian and put his hand on the latter's shoulder. "You may walk as well." "Thank you." Elian looked at his family hovering in the air nearby. "Please point out the faces you remember, those who were a part of the physical attacks and your deaths. I do not wish to kill all 1,000 of them, or our great ancestor will be utterly ashamed of me. And you have passed, Sylvester sighed in relief. With that, selective killing started. Elian didn't even get his hands dirty anymore and let the Inquisitors do their jobs. As the ghosts of the Mizar family pointed, heads fell to the ground. On the other hand, the good men who had tried helping them received praise from Sylvester and were let go. Slowly but surely, more than 200 died out of 1,000. By night, the whole vengeance activity was done, and the time came to bid farewell to the ghosts while the pyres were still burning. Sylvester let Elian speak to his family privately in a room, though he had to be there. But he didn't say anything in the middle, and silently listened to the whole exchange with Murad sleeping on his shoulder. "It seems this is the final farewell, my love," Mila said as she looked at Elian's sad face closely for the last time. Elian again tried to touch her, but all he felt was cold air, a reminder that this emptiness would remain forever. "What am I to do now? I have nowhere to go, nobody to care for," Elian asked them in defeat, his mighty shoulders slumped. "Son," an old man with human skin, the tail and the ears of a tiger came forward. "My son, I am proud of what you have achieved in life. You furthered my legacy beyond what I ever expected. You have done enough for others. Now it's time to look within yourself and do what's important to you." "We don't blame you, brother," Elian's younger brother spoke. "We lived the best life while it lasted. What we have now, none could have foreseen or changed." As they all spoke slowly, the ghostly translucent bodies started becoming paler and slowly disappearing. Finally, the time was coming to say the last words. "Daddy, when will you teach me how to fight? You promised me," Amy chirped, still not knowing what was happening. Thud. Her words were the straw that broke the camel's back. Elian fell to his knees to Amy's level as his eyes teared up. I will one day come to you and teach you, my princess." "Why not now?" Amy asked. Elian choked on his words. "Because your dad has some work to do, so wait for me, got it?" "Oh no," Amy turned sad, but a moment later she smiled brightly. "I will wait, Daddy. I know you work very much for us. Can you bring me a new toy when you return, please?" The ghostly bodies became so transparent that it became hard to focus on them. Some members had already gone, and only a few were left. Elian looked his daughter in the eyes. "I love you, princess. I will return with a gift, I promise." Amy nodded, though for some reason she also teared up and raised her little hand to show her pinky finger. "Promise." Elian quickly raised his pinky finger and held it close to hers. "I promise." Before he could finish speaking, the last of Amy and Mila disappeared. Silence took over the room with menacing sounds of breaths echoing, the only proof they were still in the realm of the living. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder. "I, for one, know you will never get over their deaths. They will always be in your mind as a precious memory. But the best you can do to honor those memories is live, the way they wanted you to. They may be gone, but never forget the promise you made." Elian didn't look at him and stayed on his knees with his head held low. "Mr. Sylvester, is Solis real?" "Most likely he does, or else the things I can do, they'd make no sense. Come now, it's better you have some rest now. You need a calm mind to think of your future." Sylvester helped the big beastkin stand and helped him onto the bed. The man didn't even resist and rested back and closed his eyes. Sylvester knew that behind the darkness of those eyes, the images of his family were likely flashing. Yet another man scarred by the world, yet another man with his fate furled. "I hope you overcome the grief, Elian." He shut the door and left to find Inquisitor High Lord. It was midnight, so most of the staff and Inquisitors had gone to sleep. Just a few remained to watch over the burning of pyres. He was soon directed to the roof of the tallest tower of the small castle, where he found the man in red watching the starry summer sky. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Lord Inquisitor. I delayed the matter you came to discuss." Inquisitor High Lord didn't look at him. You did your duty, young bard. He may have been a beastkin, but he is still one of us, a faithful. To leave him would have been baneful. But now we must discuss a more pressing matter. So I shall be heading to River City in Riveria and meet the king. Alerted, Sylvester questioned, "What's the matter, my lord?" A threatening, angry aura spread across the vicinity. The smell, Sylvester felt, was overwhelming. Inquisitor High Lord lightly tapped his staff on the floor. "The realm rots with sinister plots, young bard. I'm afraid the dark times are ahead, and they shall leave behind nothing but long trails of the dead. King Riveria's favorite daughter has been murdered, breast mutilated. In response, King Riveria has called for an all-out war." Chapter 238, Looming War. "When I hoped that there be another victim, I didn't mean this. But who did it? The Duchess? Duke?" Sylvester was left in shock. "The Duke's castle and the entire town are under strict surveillance by my men. So how did they commit such a crime? As I informed you in my letters, the witch is likely behind the murders. It's unknown why, but how could she harm a princess in another kingdom's most secured castle?" Sylvester wondered loudly. Inquisitor High Lord didn't care about the reason anymore. "The time to ask questions has elapsed, young bard. The two kingdoms will burn if we do not stop this from escalating. I'm sure the administration of the Holy Land is preparing for the worst, but before that, our actions will dictate what happens. Hence, we must act in haste." Sylvester thought about what could be done. The stakes had suddenly gone so high that things were reaching borderline impossible. But over the past year and a few months, he had met some important people he understood very well. So, he wondered who he could use to get on top of everything. "Can we arrest the Duke and Duchess of Ironstone?" Sylvester asked. "Yes, but not without definitive evidence. I'm certain you don't have that, nor do I have any hope of finding it, for they sit too high in the food chain to be foolish enough to leave evidence behind. So, for now, what matters is that we stop the two sides from meeting on the battlefield. Or else, when the first sword is struck, the chaotic fate will be sealed." Sylvester sighed in frustration. This scenario was worse than the worst thing he expected. How can King Riveria be so foolish? The destruction will be mutual. If he goes all out, then Gracia will have to do the same. Both kingdoms are rich and have enough powerhouses. The deaths will be in tens of millions, not to mention the millions more who will die slowly from starvation. Indeed, the two kingdoms combined amount to Eastern Saul's three-fourth food supply. This is why we stopped the war years ago, and this is why we must do it again. King Riveria has also grown too old and senile after his son, Romel's disappearance. Knowing his sinister plans for you, you will return to the Holy Land with your men. Consider your mission completed." The Lord Inquisitor ordered him in an authoritative tone. But Sylvester knew better than most that the mission was an utter failure. "Is there no way I can be a player in this game? I can't let this opportunity slide." He silently thought about all the strategies he could. His own goal was to gather as much soft power as possible, after all. "My lord, I request you to take me along. I desire to meet someone in Riveria who, if everything goes well, can fix our Riveria problem entirely, at least for a few years." Hearing him, Lord Inquisitor's eyes shined behind the red visor. The big man was amused, and knowing Sylvester's past wise decisions, he was intrigued to listen. "Speak, young bard. If I find the plan plausible, then you may join me. If not, then you must resign to the Holy Land." That was all Sylvester wanted. "Respected Lord Inquisitor, you see, I know a man who—" The very next day, Sylvester prepared to head to Riveria. He was also given the Inquisitor army under General Arnold's command, because even though he'd be going on official business with the Inquisitor High Lord, there was no doubt that someone may still try to harm him, as the bounty was still on his head and growing ever stronger. "You two will be joining me." Sylvester addressed Lady Aurora and Isabella as he wrote a letter in his room. The castle of the previous baron was now considered a property of the Inquisitors until the new allotment. Why are we even going there if a war is about to start? And why Fort Sunflower? The king lives in River City. Lady Aurora questioned him, confused as she thought her need would be near the battlefield. Sylvester finished writing and sealed the letter. Because our goal is not to meet the king, we're going to meet Duke Conrad of the Northern Duchy. Don't worry, I will explain everything along the way. Let me send this letter to Felix first. I'm afraid they and the Crusader army are in danger. They must rush away and reach this castle. Isabella was depressed at the same time. The war involved her family at its center, after all. I hope you and the Lord Inquisitor are successful in stopping this. Stopping is not hard, Isabella, Sylvester answered immediately. What's hard is to guess what King Riveria will ask in return for stopping. What? Ender Castle, Duke of Ironstone. It had been more than 10 days since Sylvester had left to deal with the so-called Bloodling, who turned out to be a demon. For the most part, Felix and the rest had nothing to do, as their job was to keep an eye on all sorts of activities in and around the Duke's castle. In addition, they were to keep an eye on the port and roads so any large movements could be noticed. There was a strange tension in the air for the past few days. Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark felt it. Spy activities against them had increased significantly recently. Usually, Felix spent his time watching the town, while Bishop Lazark kept an eye on the monastery to see if anything strange was happening. Meanwhile, Gabriel acted like a religious teacher and roamed around the entire town, performing house purification rituals and occasionally overseeing marriages. Their roles were not random, though. Felix was made to mingle with street folks because he was so friendly and easy to trust. Bishop was to oversee the monastery as he had a very high rank himself. Then Gabriel was made to mingle with decent upper-class folks as he was a learned man with a particular interest in religious scriptures. Each was tasked with gathering intel and being on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary. Currently, Gabriel was making his rounds and helping the townspeople. May the holy light enlighten us. You asked for a purification ritual for your home. He stood at the door of a small house with a good outer garden and walled area. The family was wealthy but not rich enough to be close to the Duke. This was a typical successful trader's family. Priest Gabriel, please enter. We were awaiting you. We have prepared all the listed items for the ritual. The man of the house, a middle-aged, tall and average-build man, greeted. Gabriel acted as usual. That is brilliant. May I know the need for this purification? I don't sense any negativity from here. The trader excitedly replied. You don't know. It was announced a few hours ago. The Duke's birthday is coming, and a week-long tourney will be held in celebration. So I wish to have a purified and warm house just in case I'll need to entertain some influential guests. Gabriel silenced, nodded, and proceeded to perform the small ritual and move on to the new house. This one belonged to a man who worked for the town's administration. Oh, so many great lords and ladies will come with their knights. We must have the town cleaned before they reach. Gabriel noted that as well and moved on after doing his duties. After this, he headed into the market to do the same purification ritual in the shops. Most of the traders were saying the same thing about the tourney and seemed excited as they expected the business to boom for the coming few weeks. Thank you, honorable priest. Here's the payment. A shopowner tried to give him a silver coin. Gabriel rejected it and stepped back. Please don't. It's against the grace of the Lord that his servants ask for money for work so small. If anything, please use that money to feed the poor. That shall earn you not only a good name but also good grace. Shopowners and commoners generally enjoyed it whenever clergymen like Gabriel spoke words like that. It created an aura of wisdom and superiority in the minds of others. Did the Duke hold a tourney last year as well? Gabriel then asked out of interest. No, no, this is the first time for His Grace's birthday. Usually, he holds one to celebrate his marriage anniversary. For some reason, Gabriel felt that there was something wrong. Living with Sylvester had taught him to be paranoid whenever something happens out of the ordinary. We didn't receive a single invitation yet, nor did we find out about a tourney like this when it takes months of advance planning to hold such an event. All this seems to start out of nowhere. Gabriel had hundreds of doubts, but the means of clearing them were limited. So he cleaned his church robes and brandished the church symbol chain on his right palm while creating a small light. He was, after all, a light wizard too. He then walked over to the gates of Ender Castle slowly, while chanting a hymn from Sylvester's Book of Compilation. The love of Solis knows no bounds, for he nourishes you with everything around. Halt! The guards stopped him, 4 of them pointing their spears at him. No man, clergy or noble can pass unless you have an invitation token. Do you have one? Gabriel spoke in rhymes. I'm but a mere small priest of the Lord. By his grace, I travel with the bard. This small man wishes the Duke a delightful birthday and hopes he may always find the right way. May the Lord bless him and tourney. The guard who stopped Gabriel seemed confused. Birthday. Cough. As another guard from behind coughed, the one ahead spoke rushedly. Indeed, Duke's birthday will bring the well-deserved light and joy to our town. Thank you, priest. I will pass your words to my commander. Gabriel stayed smiling despite the mayhem in his mind. Thank you, my brother in faith. May the holy light enlighten us. After that, without wasting a moment, he rushed back to the Crusader camp and entered the leftover carriage of Lady Aurora. He found Felix and Bishop Lazarkin there, appearing serious. The same was the case with Gabriel. Gab, grave news, Felix blurted. Bishop Lazark started. I returned from monastery. Cardinal Cornelius has learned that King Reveria's daughter has been murdered, breast cut. Reveria has now declared all-out war on Gracia. But how did they do it? We never left the site of the castle or the town. Felix wondered in a frustrated tone. Gabriel didn't usually curse, but this time as he realized the grand conspiracy happening in the town. Then, as he felt the links connecting, he burst. Good fucking devil. The Duke is planning our funeral. We must escape. Chapter 239. Anger in Sanctum Council. A war between 2 nobles was common. A war between 2 high nobles was rare but understandable. But a war between 2 kingdoms was something nobody ever wished to see. Because such wars don't just leave a trail of blood but also tears. They devastate the economies and ruin social harmony and the standard of living. Moreover, they ruin the industries and break apart the supply chain. It was the reason why the Holy Land never wished to see a war in the lands lived on by the followers of Solis, because more deaths meant more bloodlings and the weakening of the continent as a whole when the war against Bisteria resumed. Inside the Holy Land, everything was in chaos in the upper decision-making body. Frustration and anger were common among the members of the Sanctum Council, which now met every day, sometimes more than once a day. We must straighten these 2 problem kingdoms. The Pope ordered the men. He appeared calm, but his voice contained a dangerous aura. They have continuously created trouble for us. In the past, it was the Queen of Gracia, and now it's the King of Reveria. The murder is real, Your Holiness. That's the reason for this war, Saint Cyr spoke. But the Pope didn't care about who killed whom. Saint Wazir, I gave you the entire Eastern Saul to govern and ensure peace lasts, while I focused completely on breaking the Masan Empire apart. Yet you failed to do such a simple thing. We have Masan conspiracies running amok in our backyard. How did you fail so spectacularly? Saint Wazir seemed prepared as he passed on a few pages to each member. It contains information about the recent actions of King Reveria. He is about to die of old age, and yet married another woman to produce a strong heir, a widow baroness who gave birth to an arch-wizard talent-holder son 5 years ago. He has reduced the taxes and donations to the faith as well. He has restricted the access of bright mothers and clergymen in his city. I also suspect he's in contact with Anti-Light. I do not accuse the whole family, but the king has gone completely senile since his son's disappearance in the Holy Land. I believe he has given up faith and holds Anti-Soli's ideas. I remained silent as I gathered clues through various spy channels with the help of Saint Cyr. But now we have the complete picture. Saint Cyr also enunciated. Something is certainly happening in his administration. I don't think he should remain as the king any longer, as he threatens the authority of the Holy Land. The Pope looked at Saint Keymaster, the chief economist of the Holy Land, Cardinal Helix Steelworth. Saint Keymaster, what's the projected loss if the two kingdoms go to war? Saint Keymaster was a man with a big brain and didn't speak much. His head was usually just filled with numbers and projected growth of various industries. Albeit, he was still a strong clergyman when it came to magical prowess. The most striking feature about him was his expressionless face at all times. Even with his striking red hair, blue eyes, and thin and tall body, he didn't stand out. Your Holiness, the loss will be more significant in terms of human resources than just monetary assets. Due to this war, every non-war-related industry will be destroyed. Without men to work the fields, the crops will suffer and start a food shortage crisis. Moreover, the deaths of strong men will make society afterwards more lawless and unholy. We shall return to a position worse than what it was when His Holiness stopped the 1,000-year war. I project that the economy of both kingdoms will shrink by more than 70%, and the human population will reduce by half in the long run. The loss of powerhouses will be even greater. Everyone in the room uncomfortably shifted in their seats. The Pope was busy for the past few months trying to break Masan apart into pieces and increase the trouble for the Empire by empowering the Warsong Kingdom. Yet, it turns out, their home turf was not safe either, and a shadow plot appeared to be in motion that none of them had any idea about. The Pope looked at Saint Cyr. Any news on the internal investigation? What else has the Masan Empire plotted in the northern duchies? We can't have the Count Jardel situation again. To the shock of many, Saint Cyr had a conflicted look. Your Holiness, I'm afraid I'm at my wit's end. I found no more plots, but I did learn who was behind it all. The shadow of Masan is the reason for many messes recently created. Nobody knows his real name or what he looks like. He's somewhat of a legend around the entire Saul. He goes by many names: Future Seer, God's Listener, Overseer, Mask of Mystery, and many more. He's famed for being the greatest spy ever to live, for his plots don't just go a year but decades deep. Unfortunately, there is no way to ascertain what he's up to. We don't even know if it's a man. Recently, he went by the name Sir Walder, the prima of deceased Count Jardel, the mastermind behind the downfall of the entire Duchy of Colorwood. Boom! The Pope slammed his fist on the stone table, sending cracks like spiderwebs as he stood up. Incompetence, that's all I see here. While I focus on the Empire, Anti-Light, and Beasteria, you saints can't manage two little kingdoms. Heads hung low in shame for disappointing the supreme authority of the faith. But Saint Wazir still dared to speak. Your Holiness, I'm afraid our own laws stop us from taking any drastic measures. Articles 12 and 12b. We cannot meddle in noble matters, nor enter the right places to influence the right decisions. Saint Cyr agreed with that. Unless the Holy Land initiates a state of emergency, we cannot overrule these laws. We have reached a point where we have to send spies into our own monasteries. The Pope went to the wall behind and opened a concealed compartment to take out some blank parchments. Then he returned to the table and started writing on them. Emergency is something that commoners dread right now. It gives the clergymen too much power, and eventually it leads to many vile men showing their true colors. No, as long as we can avert this crisis, we need not worry. Who is handling Riveria? At that point, the one man who remained quiet on all meetings and occasions spoke. Saint Scepter, the right hand of the Pope. Inquisitor High Lord is handling the war, Your Holiness. The Pope nodded and finished writing the letter. Good. Hand this to the Lord Inquisitor and tell him he has my authority to go to any length as long as we can avoid the war. Saint Scepter, I also appoint you as the overall overseer of the conflict. What about the Duke Demon and the accusation of murders on him? Saint Wazir questioned. As far as I remember, was it not Archpriest Sylvester handling it? I have faith in him. He can solve the crime in a given time. Focus more on the war first, then comes the rest. Make sure you handle it correctly this time, or else I will have to find a few replacements for these seats. Dismissed. The room immediately emptied, leaving only the Pope and Saint Scepter behind. The Pope sat back tiredly and looked at his friend, his right-hand man. King Highland is a personal friend and a firm believer in faith, even more so after meeting Sylvester. The Sorrow Kingdom is lost. Hopefully, the patch will reassure its allegiance soon. But the two strongest of all are not helpful. We must find a permanent solution for these problem kingdoms. Saint Scepter rarely showed any emotions or expressions and always remained mysterious. Even now. Worry not, Your Holiness. It appears your shining protege has a plan. The Pope straightened his back. Oh, care to explain? He has left to meet Duke Conrad Fitz Riveria, while he kept Princess Gracia beside himself. Biwahaha, the Pope laughed heartily. Good lad has finally started playing the game. Good, good, I should commence formally training him. Anyhow, let's discuss our next move for the Elf-Dragon War. Northern Duchy of Riveria. Crossing the wide Snake River, Sylvester entered the sunflower fields. The land was as beautiful as he remembered it the last time, albeit the memories of a certain wannabe little bard were attached to the last journey, and that memory certainly spoiled the beauty of the place in his mind. Since they entered the lands under the strict control of Duke Conrad, he had significantly reduced the possibility of an attack. Not to mention, Sylvester had kept 1,000 inquisitors with him as protection, and that number was enough to deter most. Lady Aurora and Isabella, I will meet the Duke alone. Until then, you can go to the arena and watch fights and other competitions, Sylvester suggested. He had informed them about his friendship with the Duke, and had given them somewhat of an idea of what he wanted to do by meeting the Duke. They all knew it was best not to let those ideas appear on their lips. So the two agreed immediately. Lady Aurora even had a plan. Maybe I should enter the arena myself and see how strong those boys are. Though Isabella quickly stopped her. You can't. That will ruin your name and social standing, my lady. Bam! Lady Aurora grabbed Isabella's neck between her elbows. You little girl, how often have I told you to call me Big Sister? HMPH. I guess I will have to knock that word in your thick head. Big sis, big sis, big sis, Isabella chirped instantly. Good, Lady Aurora let her go, though I'm still missing being called Big Sis by a certain someone. Sylvester scoffed and focused on the road as he steered the carriage. The deal was I'd call you either sister or just Aurora. After all, in the faith of the Lord, and in the eyes of Solis, none are young or old. Everyone's is as precious as gold. Lady Aurora snorted and relaxed back in the roofed carriage. I seriously hate your brain sometimes. How do you do this so easily? Shut people up by invoking the Lord. Sylvester chuckled as he steered the carriage into the fort's walls. You get used to it after singing since the age of 30 days. Anyway, prepare yourself. Don't let your tongue slip, and Isabella, if anyone asks, you're just a bright mother named Grace. After advising them, Sylvester stopped at the gates of the main fort of the Duke and only took a single horse to enter alone. He was wearing his full armor instead of the usual robes. The plan was to make it clear to the Duke that if need be, the church was very happy to go into war mode. However, Sylvester was surprised by the fact that the Duke appeared near the gates of his castle. The ashen blonde-haired tall, and the strong man seemed excited by the looks of his smile and rubbing hands, seemingly waiting for him. Ah, I smell hope and excitement, so he already knows why I'm here. Good for me. Chapter 240, The Kingmaker. Sylvester followed the Duke into the highly decorated solar, filled with wealth. Diamonds, gold, pearls, rubies, and other rare items. But none were interested in that as the Duke invited Sylvester to sit on the sofa instead of the visitor's seat beside the table. Including the Duke's prima, Jeremiah Freeman, there were 3 of them. Though Sylvester glanced at Jeremiah and felt conflicted, the man had brown skin, and at the moment, Sylvester's trust in anyone from Masan Empire was at an all-time low. He didn't want another moment like the Jardal County. His gaze of doubt didn't go unnoticed, and the Duke responded, "Don't mind Freeman, Lord Bard. He's the most trusted man I've known." Sylvester didn't budge. Count Jardal said the same when I first met him, but most often, those you consider the closest end up hurting you the most. No offense to you, Lord Prima. I am just being careful because what I am about to discuss with the Duke has implications that can ruin us if prematurely revealed outside. Perhaps the man sensed seriousness, so he stood up and decided to leave. Your Grace, Lord Bard is right. I shall wait outside if you need anything. Soon the door closed and Sylvester glanced at the smiling Duke. He could see why there was such happiness in the Duke. After all, his father, the king, had finally done something that could cost him the throne. And as he was the crown prince, he was to become the new king by default. It seems every prince has his day, Sylvester cryptically said. The Duke chuckled and poured a glass of water for Sylvester. "Ha, I presume we're all dogs then, but I'm certain with every prince's rise, a few next to him also share that. So what brings you to my little county, Lord Bard?" "This bastard, he wants to play riddles with me." Sylvester didn't become direct either. The realm is thrust into turmoil, leaving us men to toil. The looming war will not be kind to many souls, I'm afraid. Can't we, civilized men, sit and discuss peace? The Duke stood up to take out a bottle of wine from an elegant glass cabinet and returned to his seat to pour. "Peace. You're talking to the most peace-loving man right now. Why else do you think my duchy, even without massive trade as the South, flourishes? Peasants, artisans, and nobles love me. So does my wife, which I believe is an achievement higher than any. But I'm afraid I'm but a little prince, not very loved by his father." "Crown Prince," Sylvester corrected. The Duke shrugged. "Makes no difference, I'm afraid. The man in the river castle would rather make a newborn with high talent a king than me, a 33-year-old master wizard and golden knight." Sylvester took out a small black coin with Inquisitor High Lord's insignia of a red triangular visor with 2 eyes on it, revealing that his words were Inquisitor High Lord's words. Sure enough, reacting to it, the Duke straightened his back. Sylvester started. "I'm sure some hearts change with time, or after the heart's time has passed. After all, in a horse race, if the first rank falls, the second becomes the first. The top-ranked horse sits in a well-protected stable, surrounded by mighty stallions as protectors. How will he fall?" the Duke blurted. Bam! Clank! All of a sudden, Sylvester dropped his glass of water in an overly exaggerated manner. It was made of glass, so it shattered into pieces. "Oh, forgive me, Your Grace, it was an accident. Perhaps the glass was too weak or too old for it to shatter on a well-protected, carpeted floor." The Duke had a big grin on his face. "It's all right. I will take care of the broken glass later, Lord Bard." Sylvester then shifted the conversation. "How is your younger sibling, Your Grace?" "Which one? I have 302 brothers and 100 sisters." "They Holy Solis, is the King Reveria a human or a breeding pig? Sylvester exclaimed internally. I was talking about the Duke of Southern Duchy, Your Grace. He's the third in line, I believe, he clarified. The Duke dreamily looked at the ceiling and spoke. Ah, my little brother Tommy. Both of us are the first two sons of the king, born from the same mother. Sadly, when our father became obsessed with gaining a powerful heir and became a man-whore, mother stabbed her own throat in the throne room in front of the masses. We were there, merely 10 and 5 years old, watched her body quiver as she choked in a pool of blood. Lord Bard, guess what the king said at that moment once our mother's heart stopped? Sylvester knew it was something messed up as he smelled rage and extreme hatred from the Duke. Did he apologize, or perhaps shout something? Ha ha ha, Duke Conrad laughed menacingly. A hint of sadness was there too. No, that bastard said, good riddance, now I can get married again. Prima, arrange for me the strongest women in the realm to select from. I shall not marry them, but they may join my harem as a concubine. And then he left the throne room, not sparing a glance at me, Tommy, or our mother. Sylvester was taken aback. It was a bit too hardcore in his eyes. He couldn't understand why the king had such an obsession because, as far as he knew, Reveria was the wealthiest kingdom in East Saul due to the two duchies, ruled by the two Duke brothers. The Duke continued as he downed another glass of wine. I and Tommy, we were bullied, beaten, mistreated, and vilified by our new stepmothers, a new one every few weeks. Let me show you something. The man stood up, tipsy from the wine clearly, and took off his tunic. He then turned around and showed his back riddled with scars of blade wounds. There were more than one could count, and they seemed stretched out. Tommy and I survived more than 100 assassination attempts. Of course, the assassins were hired by our mothers. Tommy even lost an eye because of one such accident. I tried shielding him from the knife-wielding mob, but one hit his eye. So simple to say, we two brothers cherish each other enough to give our lives for one another. So if this horse wins the race, he will dance in cheers, for we both hate the current top horse. What about the rest of the siblings? Sylvester asked. It's a race. One must do whatever he can to win it, even if some blood is spilt. When do you think this race will end? Sylvester stood up as he had already conveyed what he wanted. We shall meet again then, a week from now perhaps. I will write to you. I'd suggest you polish your hooves until then. The Duke also stood up and walked with Sylvester all the way to the castle's gates. Then he shook Sylvester's hand. It was a pleasure to see you again, Lord Bard. Likewise, Your Grace. I shall take my leave then. Sylvester got on his horse and moved out to find Lady Aurora and Isabella at the arena. Soon, he found the two of them watching a fight in the arena from the front seats, cheering for the armored slave fighting mightily. He recognized the man instantly. Ah, you're watching Caecilius Sylvanus. The poor man has one tragic story, he muttered as he took a seat beside them. Soon, the battle ended with Caecilius stomping on his opponent's neck. The crowd erupted in loud cheers, and some threw flowers into the arena. Caecilius was the fan favorite after all. As Caecilius bowed to the public, he noticed Sylvester in the front seats where the nobles and the important people sat. His body froze for a second, followed by a deep bow of his head as if showing respect and giving his thanks. Lady Aurora noticed it. He's thanking you. Sylvester shrugged and stood up to leave. I once helped him get his children into the monastery school. He used to be a trader once, before the tragedy struck. He made a deal with the Duke that he must stay at the top of the arena for 10 years to earn freedom for his family. It's been 5 years. Isabella felt sad and asked, "Can't we help him? He looks so sad." Of course he's sad. The man fights for his life and freedom every single day, though the burden must have decreased a little since I got his kids some quality education. Anyway, move your legs. We must return immediately. He dragged them to the carriage and soon started the journey back. I wonder what deal Lord Inquisitor made. River City, the seat of King Reveria. Inquisitor High Lord was someone that no one could deny a meeting, especially when the man came to meet on his own. Without wasting a moment, the palace guards and servants went into a frenzy, trying to accommodate him. But the dangerous man draped in red didn't wish to spend a moment in waste. He asked for an audience with the king and received it. Inside the personal royal chambers of the king, Inquisitor High Lord arrived. The chamber had all its walls covered with a thin layer of gold plating with various engravings and runes. The table was made of ivory, as were the chairs, and behind the table sat the withering king with a hunched back. "May the holy light enlighten us, King Reveria." The king looked up with bored eyes. His face had grown more wrinkles than the hair on his head. His eyes appeared lifeless already, with no real drive behind them. "What is it, Lord Inquisitor? Has my declaration of war scared the Holy Land so much that they sent you to negotiate?" The king spoke in a dull, threatening tone. Red eyes behind the visor shined as the big man walked forward and took a seat. "The Holy Land is scared for the continued existence of the Reveria family, for you have invited upon yourself a calamity." Thud! King Reveria slammed his fist on the table weakly. "You come into my house and threaten me. I don't see how that's sensical." A dangerous aura spread from the Inquisitor High Lord. "I can't see how declaring war on another kingdom that is equally if not more powerful than you is sensical. So I suggest you open your eyes, King of the River, or you might see this kingdom before you wither." The eyes shook for a few seconds as the king shifted in his seat uncomfortably. Nobody likes being stared down by the Inquisitor High Lord. The man was too famous for being ruthless when it came to heathens. "My precious daughter was murdered by those who sit in the backyards of the Holy Land. I want justice, and I will have it no matter what." Inquisitor High Lord nodded. "I do not deny the folly against you, but there is no evidence it was the Gracia family that did it. Still, for peace, any price is acceptable. So speak your mind, for as long as it's reasonable it will be feasible. But remember, I know the history of your actions, so do not test my patience, or I shall leave no room for any repentance." Sweat slid down the king's forehead as he knew his unholy deeds. I want his head, the head of Duke Demon. 1 week, if it does not appear on this table by then, the war will continue." Thud! Inquisitor High Lord stood up and slammed his staff to the floor, shaking the entire room. The red eyes behind his visor met the king's for a few seconds, sending chills down the weak man's spine. "So be it.